The Pale Man, written by Julius Long. An odd little tale about the eccentric behavior of a strange guest in a country hotel. I have not met the man in room 212. I don't even know his name. He never visits the hotel restaurant, and he does not use the lobby. The 3 times we passed each other, we did not speak, but we nodded politely. I would really like to meet him. It is lonely in this depressing place. With the exception of the old lady down the hall, the only permanent guests are the man in 212 and myself. However, I should not complain. This complete silence is exactly what the doctor prescribed. I wonder if the man in 212 also came here to rest. He is very pale, but I do not think it is from an illness. Overall, he seems rather healthy. He's tall, has excellent posture, and a brisk athletic stride. His paleness must be hereditary, or he would tan under this burning summer sun. He must have driven here. I'm certain he was not on the train that brought me, and he checked in shortly after myself. After a brief rest in my room, I was walking downstairs when he was coming up. It's odd that the bellboy did not escort him. With so many vacant rooms, it's also odd that he chose 212 at the far end. The building is long and narrow, 3 stories high. The rooms are all on the east side, since the west wall is flush with an old business. The dull corridor with its stiff, bloated wallpaper smells musty, and the dim light bulbs make it feel like a tomb. Disgusted by this hallway, I insisted on having room 201. It's located at the front and has a southern entrance. The clerk, a disagreeable man with a Hitler mustache, was reluctant because it's usually reserved for his more profitable, short-term clients. Unfortunately, my stubbornness has made him an enemy. If I only had been this assertive 30 years ago, I would have been a full-fledged professor instead of a broken-down assistant. The casual way the president of the university recommended my vacation still hurts. There's no doubt he acted in my best interests. The people controlling my poor life always do. Oh well, the summer's rest will probably benefit me considerably. It is nice to be away from the university. There is something very satisfying about the absence of graduate students. If only it were not so lonely. I must find a way to meet the pale man in 212. Perhaps the clerk can make arrangements. I've been here exactly 1 week now, and if there is a friendly soul in this miserable little town, we did not meet. Although businesses eagerly accept my money, they deliberately avoid even the most casual conversation. I fear that I'll never be accepted by them, unless I can arrange to have my ancestors recognized as local residents for the last 150 years. Despite my cold reception, I go out frequently, secretly hoping to encounter the pale man. I wonder why he left 212. Surely there cannot be much gained by moving 1 door closer to the front. I noticed the change yesterday when I saw him exiting his new room. We nodded again, and this time I thought I detected a sinister satisfaction in his gloomy black eyes. He must know that I am eager to speak with him, yet his demeanor discourages introductions. If he wants me to do all of the work, he can forget it. I'm not the type to chase after anybody. The surly clerk's shyness has been enough to stop me from questioning him about the mysterious guest. I wonder where the pale man gets his meals. Instead of dining at the hotel, I've been going to the restaurants in town. At each one, I ask questions about the man in 210, but no one remembers serving him. Perhaps he knows people living in this town, or he may have found a boarding house. I must learn if there is one nearby. The pale man must be difficult to please. He changed rooms again. I'm baffled by his behavior. If he is so desperate for a more conveniently placed room, why not move to 202? It's the closest to the front that they have available. Perhaps I can use his relocations as an excuse to start a conversation. I might casually say something like, "I see we're closer neighbors now." But that's too obvious. I must wait for a better opportunity. He did it again. He's now in room 209. I'm intrigued by his little game. I waste hours trying to understand the point. What possible motive could he have? It must be annoying for the hotel staff. I wonder how our combination bellhop/maid feels about preparing 4 rooms for a single guest. If he were not totally dense, I would ask him, but for now, I'm too exhausted to attempt such a draining conversation. I am tremendously interested in the pale man's next move. He must either skip a room or stay where he is, because the old lady lives in 208. She has not budged from her room since I've been here, and I doubt she plans to. So I wonder what the pale man will do. I await his decision with the nervous excitement of a racetrack junkie the night before a big race. After all, there is nothing else to do. Well, the mysterious guest was not forced to remain in 209, nor did he skip a room. The lady in 208 simplified matters by conveniently dying. No one knows the cause of her death, but the general assumption is that she died of old age. She was buried this morning. I was among the curious few who attended her funeral. Upon returning home from the mortuary, I saw the pale man leaving her room. He had already moved in. He favored me with a smile, and I have tried in vain to decipher its meaning. It must have some significance. He acted as if there was a secret meaning that I failed to appreciate, though perhaps his smile was meaningless after all, and only ambiguous by chance, like the Mona Lisa's. My man of mystery now resides in 207, and I'm not surprised in the least. I would have been astonished if he had missed his scheduled move. I have almost given up trying to understand his eccentric behavior. I do not know a single thing more about him than I knew the day he arrived. I wonder where he came from. There is something indescribably foreign about him. I am curious to hear his voice. I like to imagine that he speaks the language of some faraway country. If only there were some way to trick him into conversation. I wish I possessed the abundant confidence of a college boy, one capable of introducing himself to distinguished people without hesitation. It's no wonder that I am only an assistant professor. I am worried. This morning, I woke up lying flat on the floor, fully clothed. I must have collapsed from exhaustion after returning to my room. I wonder if my condition is more serious than suspected. Until now, I've ignored the fears of loved ones. For the first time, I remember the prolonged handshake of the president when we said goodbye at the university. He obviously never expected to see me alive again. Of course, I'm not that sick. Nevertheless, I must be more careful. Thank heaven I have no children to worry about. There is no husband, no wife. I was never willing to exchange a bachelor's loneliness for a married one. I can sincerely say that the prospect of death does not frighten me. Speculating about life beyond the grave has always bored me. Whatever it is or is not, I'll try to get along. I have been so preoccupied with the sudden turn in my own life that I neglected to make note of an extraordinary incident. The pale man has done something astounding. He skipped 3 rooms and moved all the way to 203. We're now very close neighbors, and will meet more often. My chances for an introduction are much better. I have confined myself to bed during the last few days, and my food has been delivered. I even called a local doctor, though I suspect he is a quack. He looked me over with professional indifference and told me not to leave my room. For some reason, he doesn't want me to climb stairs. This bit of information cost a $10 bill, which he fished out of my coat pocket as instructed. A pickpocket could not have done it better. The doctor was not gone long when the clerk visited. He feigned a show of kindly concern while suggesting I go to the hospital. It is supposedly very modern and all of that. With more firmness than I have ever been able to muster in a long time, I told him that I intended to stay, and his posture stiffened as he departed with a gloomy frown. The doctor must have paused long enough to tell him a pretty story. Obviously, he is afraid I will die in his best room. The pale man is up to his old tricks. Last night when I walked down the hall, the door of 202 was open. Without thinking, I looked inside. The pale man sat in a rocking chair, idly smoking a cigarette. He looked into my eyes and smiled that peculiar, ambiguous smile that has so deeply puzzled me. I moved on down the corridor, not so much mystified as annoyed. The whole mystery of the man's behavior is beginning to irritate me. It is also silly and pointless. I feel that I'll never meet the pale man, but at the very least, I'm going to learn his identity. Tomorrow, I will ask for the clerk and interrogate him. I know now. I know the identity of the pale man and the meaning of his smile. Early this afternoon, I summoned the clerk to my bedside. "Please tell me who the man in 202 is," I asked abruptly. The clerk stared, tired and confused. "You must be mistaken. That room is empty." "But I saw him only 2 nights ago. He's tall, handsome fellow with dark eyes and hair. He's unusually pale. He checked in the same day as myself," I snapped in irritation. The hotel man regarded me doubtfully, as if I were trying to play a joke. "But I assure you there is no such person here. As for the checking in when you did, you were the only guest registered that day." "What? I've seen him 20 times. First he had room 212 at the end of the corridor. Then he kept moving toward the front, and now he's next door in 202. The room clerk threw up his hands. "You're crazy," he exclaimed, and I saw that he meant it. I immediately shut up and dismissed him. After he left, I heard him rattling the knob of the pale man's door. There's no doubt that he believes the room to be empty. That is how I came to understand what happened over the past few weeks, including the significance of the death in 207. I even feel partly responsible for the old lady's passing. After all, I brought the pale man with me. But it was not I who set his path. I cannot explain the mystery of why he chose to approach me room after room through the length of this dreary hotel, nor why he chose to visit the old woman. I suppose I should have guessed his identity when he skipped the 3 rooms on the night of my collapse. In a single night, he advanced until he was almost at my door. He will be coming to inhabit this room. His ultimate goal. Soon. When he comes, at least I'll be able to return his smile of grim recognition. Meanwhile, I must only wait behind my locked door. The door slowly swings open. The Empty House, written by Algernon Blackwood. Certain houses, like certain people, somehow manage to instantly announce themselves as evil. No single feature is to blame. Someone might be charming and attractive, but after getting to know each other, you see something drastically wrong with them. They reveal secret and wicked thoughts that make others avoid them like a plague. Perhaps it is the same with houses, and the evil deeds committed under a single roof are what gives us chills and raise our hair. Maybe some of the evil person's hatred and their victim's horror are left behind. It could affect the new occupants, making them feel nervous or frightened for no apparent reason. Nothing about this particular house hinted at the horror that happened inside. It was neither lonely nor dirty. It stood on a crowded corner of the square and looked identical to the houses on either side. They all had the same number of windows, a balcony over the garden, and white steps leading up to a heavy black front door. Even the number of chimneys, the angle of the eaves, and the height of the railings were the same. In the back was a narrow strip of green with brick borders running up the wall to separate it from the adjoining houses. Yet, despite seeming so similar to its 50 ugly neighbors, this house was horribly different. It's impossible to say exactly where this invisible difference is. It cannot be entirely the imagination, because too many people have stayed there without knowing its history. Even they claimed that certain rooms were so awful, they'd rather die than return. The house's very atmosphere created a feeling of genuine terror, and the innocent people who tried to live there were forced to leave with hardly any notice. The town practically considered it a scandal. When Shorty arrived to pay a visit to his Aunt Julia at her little house by the sea, he found her bursting with excitement. He received a telegram from her that morning and expected the visit to be boring. But the moment he kissed her wrinkled cheek, he felt her energy like an electrical wave. The sensation grew when he learned that there would be no other visitors. He was summoned for a very special reason. Something was in the wind, and it would certainly prove useful. This spinster aunt had a passion for psychic research, brains, and willpower. She was known to accomplish her goal by any means necessary. The secret was revealed after tea, and Julia stood close to him as they slowly paced along the beach at dusk. "I've got the keys," she announced, in a delightful yet disbelieving way. "Got them till Monday." "The keys to the changing room, or?" he asked innocently, looking from the sea to town. Nothing brought her to the point quicker than feigning stupidity. "Neither," she whispered. "I've got the keys to the haunted house on the square, and I'm going there tonight." Shorty felt a slight chill down his back and stopped joking. Something in her voice and behavior stunned him. She was serious. "But you can't go alone," he began. "That's why I sent for you," she said confidently. He turned and saw that her old, ugly, mysterious face was filled with happiness. There was a glow of genuine enthusiasm around it, like a halo, and her eyes were shining brightly. He felt another wave of her excitement, and a second, stronger chill came with it. "Thanks, Aunt Julia," he said politely. "Thanks so much." "I wouldn't dare go alone," she raised her voice. "But I'll enjoy it very much with you. You're not afraid of anything." "Thanks so much," he repeated. Is it likely that anything will happen?" "A great deal has already happened, though it's been covered up very well. 3 occupants have come and gone in the last few months, and it's said that the house will stay empty from now on," she whispered. In spite of himself, Shorty became interested. His aunt was deathly serious. "The house is very old indeed," she continued, "and the unpleasant story dates a long way back. It involves a murder committed by a jealous stableman who had an affair with a house servant. One night, he managed to sneak into the cellar when everyone was asleep. He crept upstairs to the servants' quarters, chased the girl down to the next landing, and before anyone could help, he threw her over the rail into the hall below. And the stableman? Well, he was caught and hanged for murder, but it happened a century ago. I haven't been able to get any more details. Shorty's interest was now thoroughly piqued. While he was not particularly worried for himself, he was a little concerned for his aunt. On one condition, he said. Nothing will stop me from going, she said firmly, but I might as well hear your condition. You must guarantee that you'll be able to control yourself if anything really happens. That you're sure you won't get too frightened. Jim, I'm not young and neither are my nerves. But with you, there's nothing in the world for me to fear, she said. This, of course, settled it. Shorty had no hope of ever being more than an ordinary young man. Any praise implying otherwise was irresistible. He agreed to go. By subconsciously preparing himself, he remained in control of his fear for the whole evening. He imagined packing up his emotions and locking them away. The process is difficult to describe, but wonderfully effective. All men who have lived through severe hardship will understand. Later, it served his reputation well. It was 10:30 when they left the comfortably lit hallway of his aunt's home, and Shorty had to hold back his fear for the first time. When the door was closed, he saw the silent, empty street, bathed in white moonlight, and realized that the real test would be dealing with two fears. He would need to carry his aunt's as well as his own. Glancing down at her expression, which was difficult to interpret, he realized that it would not become any easier in a rush of real terror. He could only be confident of one thing, his ability to stand firm against any shock that might come. Slowly, they walked along the town's empty streets. A bright autumn moon painted the roof silver and cast deep shadows all around. There was no wind, and the trees lining the beach watched in silence as they passed. Shorty did not reply to his aunt's occasional remarks. He understood that she was mentally preparing, distracting herself from thinking unnatural thoughts. Few windows were lit, and smoke rose from even fewer chimneys. Shorty was already noticing these small details when they stopped at the corner to read the name on the house. Without speaking, they turned into the square and walked to the side that lay in shadow. The house number is 13. Neither of them said more about the obvious reference. Instead, they continued walking in silence. Halfway across the square, Shorty felt an arm slip quietly but purposefully into his own, and he knew that their adventure had truly begun. His aunt was already succumbing to the house's influence. She needed support. A few minutes later, they stopped in front of a narrow, ugly-shaped house that rose tall into the night and was painted a dingy white. The windows, which were missing their shutters and blinds, stared down on them. Shining in the moonlight, there were weather streaks in the walls, cracks in the paint, and the balcony bulged out from the first floor unnaturally. But the pitiful appearance did nothing to warn of such an evil character. Checking over their shoulders to ensure they were not followed, they ascended the steps with confidence and stood against the huge, foreboding black door. They were hit with a wave of nervousness, and Shorty fumbled with the key for a long time before getting it into the lock. For a moment, they both hoped that it would not open. They felt various unpleasant emotions as they stood on the threshold of their ghostly adventure. Shorty, struggling with the key and hindered by the weight on his arm, felt the importance of the moment. It was as if the whole world were watching through his eyes and listening to the grating noise. A stray puff of wind wandered down the empty street and rustled the trees behind them. Otherwise, the rattling key was the only sound. Finally, it turned in the lock, and the heavy door swung open to reveal a large gulf of darkness. With a last glance at the moonlit square, they quickly went inside, and the door slammed with a roar that echoed through the empty halls. Another sound was heard, and Aunt Julia suddenly leaned on her nephew hard enough to knock him off balance. He had to take a step back to avoid falling down. A man had coughed right next to them, in the darkness. Thinking it could be a prank, Shorty quickly swung his heavy stick toward the sound, but nothing was there. His aunt gave a little gasp. "There's someone here. I heard him," she whispered. "Be quiet. It was only the front door," he said sternly. "Oh, quick, get a light," she added as he fumbled with a box of matches and opened it upside down. They all fell on the stone floor with a rattle. The sound was not repeated, and there was no evidence of retreating footsteps. Soon they lit a candle in the end of a cigar case as a holder. He held up the makeshift lamp and studied their surroundings. Everything about it was dreary. There's nothing more desolate than a dark, forsaken, empty house. Yet it was also filled with memories of violence and evil. They were standing in a wide hallway. On their left was the open door of a spacious dining room, and straight ahead, the hall narrowed into a long, dark passage that led to the top of the kitchen stairs. The staircase rose before them, draped in shadows, except for a spot halfway up where the moon shone through the window. Its light was surrounded by a faint glow, giving the objects it touched a misty outline that created a haunted atmosphere better than total darkness. As Shorty continued staring, he thought of the countless empty rooms upstairs, and he longed for the safety of the moonlit square or his aunt's cozy home. Then, realizing those thoughts were dangerous, he locked them away again and focused all of his concentration on the present. "Aunt Julia, we must search the whole house, thoroughly," he said forcefully. The echoes of his own voice slowly died away, and in the intense silence that followed, he turned to look at her. In the candlelight, he saw that her face was ghastly pale, but she dropped his arm, stepped in close, and whispered, "I agree. First, we must be sure that there's no one hiding in here." It took her some effort to speak, and he looked at her with admiration. "Are you sure? It's not too late." "I think so," she whispered, her eyes shifting nervously to the shadows behind them. "Quite sure. There's only one thing." "What's that?" "You must never leave me alone. Not for an instant. As long as you understand that anything we see or hear must be investigated immediately, hesitating would be the same as admitting we're frightened, and that could be deadly." "Agreed," she said shakily. "I'll try." Arm in arm, Shorty held the dripping candle while Julia carried his cloak over her shoulders. They would have made a funny sight to anyone else as they began their search. They entered the big dining room first, walking on tiptoes and shielding the candle to avoid being seen through the window. There was no furniture, only bare walls, ugly mantelpieces, and empty fireplaces. They felt like everything resented their intrusion and was watching them with hidden eyes. Whispers followed them. Shadows darted around silently, and it always seemed as if something were standing right behind them, waiting for an opportunity to hurt them. There was a sense that whatever normally occurred in the empty house had been paused until they were out of the way again. The entire building's dark interior seemed to become a malignant presence. It rose up, warning them to mind their own business, and the strain on their nerves increased every moment. From the gloomy dining room, they passed through large folding doors into a sort of library or smoking room. It was equally as silent, dark, and dusty. From there, they returned to the hall near the top of the back stairs. Here, a pitch-black tunnel opened into the lower regions, and they only hesitated for a minute, with the worst of the night still to come. It was essential to search every area. Aunt Julia stumbled on to the top step. Their descent was poorly lit by the flickering candle, and even Shorty almost tripped. "Come on," he demanded, voice echoing off into the dark, empty space below. "I'm coming," she faltered, grabbing his arm rougher than necessary. They descended the stone steps unsteadily. The air was cold, damp, smelly. The stairs led along a narrow passage and into a large kitchen with high ceilings. It had several doors. Some belonged to closets with empty jars on the shelves, and others led to horrible, creepy offices, each colder and less inviting than the last. Black beetles scurried around, and when Shorty bumped against a table in the corner, something the size of a cat jumped down, scampering across the stone floor and into the darkness. There was a gloomy sadness everywhere, a sense that someone had just been there. Leaving the kitchen, they went towards the scullery, where dishes and cleaning were once done. The door was slightly open, and as they pushed it wider, Aunt Julia screamed. She instantly tried to stifle it with one hand over her mouth. For a second, Shorty stood completely still, catching his breath. His spine felt as if it had been hollowed out and filled with ice. Standing directly across from the doorway, facing them, stood the figure of a woman. She had messy hair, wild, staring eyes, and her terrified face was white as death. She stood motionless for a single second. Then the candle flickered, and she was gone. In the door there was nothing but empty darkness. "It was only the beastly candlelight jumping," he said quickly, in a half-controlled voice that sounded like someone else's. "Come on, there's nothing here." He dragged her forward, and they tried to seem brave as they continued, but Shorty's skin crawled as if covered in ants. He knew by the weight on his arm that he was supplying the strength for both of them. The scullery room was cold, bare, and empty, more like a large prison cell than anything else. They walked around it, trying the windows and the doors to the yard, but they were all locked. His aunt moved like someone in a dream. Her eyes were squeezed shut, and she seemed to merely follow his arm. Her courage amazed him. At the same time, he noticed an odd change had come over her face, a change which he could not quite define. "There's nothing here, Auntie," he quickly repeated. "Let's go upstairs and see the rest of the house. Then we'll choose a room to wait in." She followed him obediently, staying close as they locked the kitchen door behind them. It was a relief to go up again. The moon had traveled further downstairs, making the hall brighter than before. Carefully, they entered the dark vault of the upper floors, with the boards creaking under their weight. They found 2 large living rooms, but a search of them revealed nothing. Again, there was no furniture or signs of recent occupation. Nothing but dust, neglect, and shadows. They opened the big folding doors between the 2 rooms and came out onto the landing before continuing upstairs. They had not gone more than a dozen steps when they both stopped to listen, looking anxiously at each other across the flickering candle. From the room they had just left came the sound of quietly closing doors. There was absolutely no question. They heard the booming noise that the heavy doors made when shutting, and the sharp sound of a latch catching. "We must go back and see," Shorty said in a low tone, turning to go. Somehow she managed to drag after him, her feet catching in her dress and her face livid. When they entered the front living room, it was obvious that the folding doors had been closed. Without hesitation, Shorty reopened them. He almost expected to see someone facing him in the back room, but he was only met with darkness and cold air. They went through both rooms and found nothing unusual. They tried everything they could think of to make the doors close by themselves, but there was not even enough wind to disturb the candle flame. The doors would not move without a strong force, and it was undeniable that the rooms were empty, and the house was completely still. "It's beginning." Shorty hardly recognized his aunt's voice as she whispered at his elbow. He nodded in agreement, checking his watch to note the time. It was 15 minutes before midnight. He wrote exactly what happened in his little notebook, setting the candle on the floor in order to do so. It only took a moment to balance it against the wall. Aunt Julia always said that she was not actually watching him at that moment. She turned toward the inner room where she heard something moving, but both agreed that they heard running footsteps, very fast and heavy. Then the candle went out. Only Shorty saw more than this, and he has always been grateful for that. As he rose from his stooping position of balancing the candle, but before it was actually extinguished, a face rushed forward, so close to his own that he could have kissed it. A man's face was filled with passion, had thick, dark features, and angry, savage eyes. It belonged to a common man, but it was bursting with intense, aggressive emotions. It wore a malignant and terrible expression. The air was completely still. There was no movement aside from the muffled sound of running feet, the apparition's face, and the extinguishing of the candle. Shorty let out a cry, nearly losing his balance as his aunt clung to him with her full weight in a moment of terror. Fortunately, she'd not seen the face. She was able to regain control almost immediately. After he was able to get free, he struck a match. The glare chased away the shadows on all sides as his aunt knelt to retrieve a cigar case with the precious candle. Then, they discovered that the candle had not been blown out at all. It had been crushed out. The wick was pressed down into the wax, which had flattened. It was flattened by something smooth and heavy. How his companion overcame her terror so quickly, Shorty never properly understood, but his admiration for her increased tenfold and inspired his own courage. For that, he was undeniably grateful. The evidence of physical force that they had just witnessed was equally unexplainable. He immediately suppressed memories of hearing about physical mediums and their dangerous phenomena. If those were true, and either himself or his aunt was unknowingly a medium, it meant that they were helping to focus the forces of a haunted house already at full charge. It was like carrying an open flame among uncovered supplies of gunpowder. So, with almost no thought, he simply relit the candle and proceeded to the next floor. The arm in his trembled, and his own steps were uncertain, but they continued being thorough. After the search revealed nothing, they climbed the last flight of stairs to the top floor. Here, They found a cluster of small servant rooms with broken furniture, dirty chairs, cracked mirrors, and a decrepit bedstand. The rooms had low, sloped ceilings, cobwebs, small windows, and badly painted walls. It was a depressing and dismal area that they were glad to leave behind. They entered a small room on the third floor at the stroke of midnight and prepared to make themselves comfortable for the night. It was totally empty and once used as a closet. It was said to be where the infuriated groom had caught his victim. Outside, across the narrow landing, began the stairs leading to the servants' quarters, where they had just searched. Despite the cold outside, there was something in the air that cried for an open window. But there was more. Shorty could only describe it by saying that he felt less in control of himself here than in any other part of the house. There was something that preyed directly on the nerves, wearing down one's resolve and weakening his will. It took less than 5 minutes in the room to realize this, and it was during that time that he lost all of his energy, which, for him, was the worst scare of the whole experience. They put the candle on the floor, leaving the door open a few inches so that there was no glare to confuse their eyes and no shadows to dart around. Then, they spread a cloak on the floor. They sat down to wait with their backs against the wall. Shorty was within 2 feet of the door. He had a good view of the main staircase leading down into darkness and the start of the servants' stairs going to the floor above. His heavy stick laid nearby within easy reach. The moon was high above the house. Through the window they could see the comforting stars like friendly eyes watching from the sky. One by one, the clocks in town struck midnight, and when the sounds died away, the deep silence of a windless night fell over everything. Only the faraway boom of the sea was heard as hollow murmurs. Inside, the silence was awful. Any minute, it could be broken by terrifying sounds. The strain of waiting was harder on the nerves. They whispered when they talked. Their voices sounded odd and unnatural. The chill in the room was not completely due to the night air, and it made them cold. Whatever was influencing them slowly stole their confidence and their ability to make decisions. Their self-control was declining, and the possibility of real fear took on a new, terrible meaning. Shorty trembled with worry for the elderly woman by his side. Her stubbornness could only protect her against so much. He heard the blood pumping in his veins. Sometimes it was so loud that he thought it was preventing him from hearing other sounds coming from deeper within the house. Every time he focused his attention on these noises, they stopped instantly and never came any closer. He couldn't shake the idea that something was moving in the lower parts of the house. The living room floor, where the doors were strangely closed, was too close. The sounds were further away than that. He thought of the kitchen and its scurrying black beetles, and of the dismal scullery. But they didn't seem to come from there either. Surely they were not outside of the house. Suddenly he understood the truth, and for an entire minute he felt as if his blood had turned to ice. The sounds were not downstairs at all. They were upstairs, somewhere among those horrid, gloomy servant rooms with their broken furniture and low ceilings, where the victim was first awakened and chased to her death. The moment he realized where the sounds were coming from, he began to hear them more clearly. It was the sound of stealthy feet walking along the passage overhead, through the rooms and around the furniture. He turned quickly to peek at the motionless figure beside him to see if she had realized the same thing. The faint candlelight shining through the crack in the closet door illuminated her expressive face against the white wall. But it was something else that stole his breath and caused him to stare. She wore an extraordinary expression. It spread over her features like a mask and smoothed out the wrinkles. With the exception of her old eyes, she appeared quite young again. He stared, speechless and amazed, an amazement that was dangerously close to horror. It was indeed his aunt's face, but from 40 years ago. It was the blank, innocent face of a girl. He knew stories about the strange effect terror could have on someone. It consumes them, dominating all their emotions. Shorty never realized that it could be literal, or that it could mean anything as horrible as what he saw now. The dreadful signs of total fear were written all over her face, and when she felt his intense gaze, she turned to him, but he instinctively closed his eyes to avoid the sight. When he regained control of his emotions and turned a minute later, he was relieved to see a different expression. His aunt was smiling, and though her face was deathly white, the awful veil was gone, and her normal look was returning. Anything wrong? It was the only thing he could think to say, and the answer was persuasive. I feel cold and a little frightened, she whispered. He offered to close the window, but she grabbed him, begged him not to leave her side even for an instant. It's upstairs, I know, she whispered, with an odd laugh. But I can't possibly go up. Shorty thought otherwise. He knew taking action was their best hope of maintaining self-control. He poured a glass of brandy from his flask. It was strong enough to help anybody through anything, and she swallowed it with a shiver. Now, his only plan was to get out of the house before her inevitable collapse. But they could not safely run away. Doing nothing was no longer an option. He was losing more composure every minute, and it became necessary to use desperate, aggressive measures without further delay. It was unavoidable, and they would need to show great confidence when facing the enemy. He could do it now, but in 10 minutes, he might not have the strength left. Upstairs, the sounds were growing louder and closer, accompanied by the occasional creaking floorboards. Someone was sneaking around and bumping into the furniture. Waiting for the numerous spirits to finish their work, Shorty stood quietly and said in his determined voice, Now, Aunt Julia, we'll go upstairs, find out what's making all this noise. You must come too. It's what we agreed. He picked up his stick and fetched the candle. A limp figure rose shakily beside him. Breathing hard and very faint, she said, Ready. The woman's courage amazed him. It was much greater than his own. They moved forward with the dripping candle, and this trembling, white-faced old woman was the true source of his courage. It held something that both shamed and supported him. Without it, he would have failed long before. They crossed the dark landing, averting their eyes from the deep, black space over the handrails. Then, they ascended the narrow staircase to locate the sounds which were still growing louder and nearer. Halfway up the stairs, Aunt Julia stumbled, and Shorty caught her by the arm. At that moment, there was a loud crash in the servants' quarter above. It was immediately followed by a shrill, agonized scream. It sounded like a cry of terror and a plea for help mixed together. Before they could move aside or go down a single step, someone came rushing towards them from above, taking the stairs 3 at a time. The steps were light and uncertain, but close behind was a second and heavier set of them. They were walking, and it shook the whole staircase. Shorty and his companion had just enough time to flatten themselves against the wall when the jumble of flying feet reached their location, and 2 people dashed through the tiny gap between them at full speed. It was a midnight whirlwind of sounds crashing through the empty building. The two runners kept going, and they were already racing across the creaking floorboards below. But Shorty and his aunt saw absolutely nothing. Not a hand, an arm, face, or even a shred of clothing. There was a pause before the one being chased ran into the room which Shorty and his aunt had just left. The heavier one followed, and there was a scuffling sound, with smothered screaming, and then came the step of a single, heavy person on the landing. A dead silence followed for half a minute before they heard the sound of rushing air. It was followed by a dull, crashing thud on the lower floors of the house. It was total silence after. Nothing moved. The candle's flame was steady, and the air was undisturbed, filled with terror. Aunt Julia began fumbling her way downstairs without waiting for her nephew. She was crying softly to herself, and when Shorty put his arm around her, he could feel her shaking like a leaf. He retrieved the cloak from the little room's floor, and they marched down the 3 flights of steps very slowly, without speaking or turning. They saw nothing in the hall, but the whole way down, they were aware that someone was following them. When they went faster, it was left behind, and when they went slower, it caught up. Never once did they look back. At each turn on the staircase, they lowered their eyes to avoid the horror they might see above. With trembling hands, Shorty opened the front door. They walked out into the moonlight and breathed in the cool night air blowing in from the sea. Enoch by Robert Bloch. It always starts the same way. First, there's the feeling. Have you ever felt the tread of little feet walking across your skull? Back and forth, back and forth. It starts like that. You can't see who it is. After all, it's on top of your head. If you're smart, you wait for a chance and suddenly brush a hand through your hair, but you can't catch the walker that way. He knows. Even if you clamp both hands flat to your head, he manages to wriggle through, somehow. He's terribly swift and can't be ignored. If the footsteps don't bother you, he wriggles down the back of your neck to whisper in your ear. You can feel his body, cold and tiny, pressed tightly against the base of your brain. It doesn't hurt. There must be something in his claws to numb the pain, although later you'll find little scratches on your neck, bleeding profusely, and that cold, tiny something will still be there, pressing and whispering. That's when you try to fight him. You try not to hear what he says, because when you listen, you're lost, and you must obey him. Oh, he's wicked and wise. If you dare resist, he knows how to threaten you into submission. But I seldom try anymore. It's better to listen and obey. As long as I'm willing to listen, things don't seem so bad. He can also be soothing, persuasive, and tempting. He's promised me great things in that silken whisper, and he keeps his word. Folks think I'm poor because I never have money, and I live in this old shack at the edge of the swamp. But he's given me riches. After I do what he wants, he takes me away, out of myself, for days. There are other places besides this world, places where I'm a king. The people in town laugh at me, calling me Scarecrow. Yet sometimes, after I've done his bidding, he brings queens to my bed. Only dreams? I don't think so. It's the other life, the one in the shack. That's a dream. That part doesn't seem real anymore. Not even the killing. Yes, I kill people. That's what Enoch wants. That's what he whispers about. But I don't like it. I used to fight against it. I told you that, didn't I? But I can't anymore. I can't see or catch him. I can only feel and hear him and obey. Sometimes he leaves me alone for days. Then suddenly I feel him there, scratching away at the roof of my brain. I hear his whisper, and he tells me about someone who is coming through the swamp. I don't know how he knows about them. He couldn't have seen them, yet he describes them perfectly. There's a bum walking down Aylsley Road, a short, fat man with a bald head. His name is Mike. He's wearing a brown sweater, blue overalls. He's going to turn into the swamp in about 10 minutes when the sun goes down. He'll stop under the big tree next to the dump. You should hide behind the tree and wait until he starts looking for firewood. Then, you know what to do. Get the hatchet. Hurry. Sometimes I ask Enoch what he'll give me, but usually I just trust him. I'm going to have to do it anyway, so I'd rather get it over with. Enoch is never wrong, and he keeps me out of trouble. Well, except for the last time. One night I was at home, eating supper, when he told me about this girl. "She's coming to visit you," he whispered. "A beautiful girl, all in black. She has wonderfully fine bones in her head." At first I thought he was telling me about one of my rewards, but Enoch was talking about a real person. "She'll soon come to the door and ask you to help fix her car. She had planned to take a side road into town, but now the car is well into the swamp, and one of the tires is flat." It sounded funny to hear Enoch talk about things like tires, but he knows about them. He knows everything. "You'll go to her when she asks. Don't take anything. She has a wrench in the car. Use that." This time I tried to fight him. I kept whimpering, "I won't do it. I won't do it." He only laughed, told me what he'd do if I refused. He told me over and over again. "It's better if I do it to her instead of you," Enoch reminded me. "Or would you rather I—" "No," I said. "No, I'll do it." "After all," Enoch whispered, "I can't help it. I must be fed every so often in order to stay alive, to stay strong, so I can give you things. And that's why you must obey me. If not, I'll simply stay right here and—" "No," I said. "I'll do it." And I did. She knocked on my door a few minutes later, and it was just as Enoch had said. She was a pretty girl with blonde hair. I like blonde hair. I was glad I didn't have to damage it. I hit her behind the neck with the wrench. Enoch told me what to do, step by step. After using the hatchet, I put the body into quicksand. Enoch was there, and he warned me about footprints, so I got rid of them. I was worried about the car, but he showed me how to use the end of a rotten log to pitch it in as well. I wasn't sure it would sink, but it did, and much faster than I would have believed. It was a relief to see the car go. I threw the wrench in after it, and Enoch told me to go home. Immediately, I felt the dreamy feeling come over me. Enoch promised something extra special for this one, and I sank into a deep sleep. I could barely feel the pressure in my head dissipate as Enoch left, scampering back into the swamp for his reward. I don't know how long I slept, but it must have been a long time. I only remember knowing Enoch was back and feeling that something was wrong. And then I heard the banging on my door. I waited for Enoch to tell me what to do, but he was asleep. He always sleeps afterwards. Nothing wakes him for days on end, and I usually enjoy the freedom, but not while I needed his help. The pounding grew louder, and I couldn't wait any longer. I opened the door, and old Sheriff Shelby came inside. "Come on, Seth," he said. "I'm taking you to jail." I didn't say anything. His little beady black eyes were peering everywhere in my shack. When he looked at me, I felt so scared I wanted to hide. He couldn't see Enoch, of course. Nobody can. But Enoch was there. I felt him resting very lightly on top of my skull, burrowed down under a blanket of hair, clinging to my curls and sleeping like a baby. Emily Robin's parents said she was planning to cut through the swamp, the sheriff said. We followed the tire tracks up to the old quicksand. Enoch had forgotten about the tracks. "Anything you say can be used against you," Sheriff Shelby said. "Come on, Seth." I went with him. There was no other choice. We went into town, and a mob tried to rush the car. There were even women in the crowd. They kept yelling for the men to get me, but Sheriff Shelby held them off, and I was finally tucked away safe and sound in the jailhouse. He locked me up in the middle cell, and the two on either side were vacant. I was all alone, except for Enoch, and he slept through everything. It was still pretty early, and Sheriff Shelby went out again with some other men. I guess he was going to try to get the body out of the quicksand. He didn't ask any questions, and I wondered about that. Charlie Potter was different. He wanted to know everything. Sheriff Shelby left him in charge while he was away. After a while, he brought me breakfast and hung around to ask questions. I just kept still. I knew better than to talk to a fool like Charlie Potter. He thought I was crazy, just like the mob outside. Most people in town think I'm crazy because of my mother and the way I live alone out in the swamp. What could I say to Charlie Potter? If I told him about Enoch, he'd never believe me, so I didn't talk. I listened. Then he told me about the search for Emily Robbins and how Sheriff Shelby started wondering about some other disappearances from a while back. He said there would be a big trial, and the district attorney was coming down. He'd heard that they were sending a doctor to see me right away. Sure enough, just as I finished breakfast, the doctor came. Charlie saw him drive up and let him in. He had to move fast to keep the mob from breaking in with him. They wanted to lynch me, but Dr. Silversmith got in all right. He's a little man with one of those funny beards on his chin, and he made Potter go up front while he sat outside the cell and talked to me. Up to this point, I hadn't really felt anything. It had all happened so fast. I didn't get a chance to think. It was like part of a dream. The sheriff, the mob, the talk of a trial, and the body in the swamp. But somehow, the sight of Dr. Silversmith changed things. He was real, all right. You could tell he wanted to send me to the institution after they learned about my mother. That was one of the first things he asked, wanting to know what happened to my mother. He seemed to know quite a lot about me, and that made it easier to talk. Pretty soon, I found myself telling him all sorts of things, how we lived in the shack, and how my mother sold love potions. Then there was the big pot that we gathered herbs in at night, and at night, I'd hear strange noises from far away when she went off alone. I didn't want to say much more, but he already knew that they called her a witch. He even knew how she died. One evening, Santo Donarelli came to our door and stabbed her because his daughter ran away with a trapper after taking one of her potions. Dr. Silversmith knew I lived in the swamp alone now, too, But he didn't know Enoch was on top of my head, still sleeping, not knowing or caring what was happening to me. Somehow I was talking to Dr. Silversmith about Enoch. I wanted to explain that it wasn't really me who killed this girl. I had to mention Enoch and the bargain my mother made in the woods. She didn't let me come with her. I was only 12, but she took some of my blood in a little bottle. Then, when she came back, Enoch was with her. He was to be mine forever and always look after me. I told the doctor this very carefully and explained why I couldn't help myself now, because ever since my mother died, Enoch had guided me. Yes, all these years Enoch had protected me, just as Mother planned. She knew I couldn't survive alone. I admitted this to Dr. Silversmith because I thought he was a wise man who would understand. I knew almost immediately that I had been wrong. Dr. Silversmith leaned forward, stroking his little weird beard and saying, "Yes, yes," over and over. I could feel his eyes watching me, the same kind as the people in the mob. Mean, prying, untrusting eyes. Then he began asking all sorts of ridiculous questions about Enoch at first, although I knew he was only pretending to believe in Enoch. He asked me how I could hear Enoch if I couldn't see him, and if I ever heard any other voices. He asked me how I felt when I killed Emily Robbins, and whether No, I won't even think about that question. He talked to me as if I were some kind of a crazy person. He had only been pretending not to know about Enoch. He proved that by asking me how many other people I had killed. And then he wanted to know where their heads were. He couldn't fool me any longer. I laughed at him, just laughed, and shut up tighter than a clam. After a while, he gave up and went away, shaking his head. I laughed at him because he wanted to know all of my mother's secrets, mine and Enoch's as well, but he didn't. And then I went to sleep. I slept most of the afternoon. When I woke up, there was a new man standing in front of my cell. He had a big, fat, smiling face and nice eyes. "Hello, Seth." He seemed very friendly. "Having a little snooze?" I reached up to the top of my head. I couldn't feel Enoch, but I knew he was there, still asleep. He moves fast even when he's sleeping. "Don't be alarmed. I won't hurt you," the man said. "Did that doctor send you?" I asked. "Of course not. My name's Cassidy, Edwin Cassidy. I'm the district attorney and I'm in charge here. Do you suppose I could come in, sit down?" he asked. "I'm locked in," I said. "I've got the keys from the sheriff," Mr. Cassidy said. He took them out, opened the cell, and walked right in, sat next to me on the bench. "Aren't you afraid? Don't you know I'm supposed to be a murderer?" I asked. "Why, Seth," Mr. Cassidy laughed. "I'm not afraid of you. I know you didn't mean to kill anybody." He put his hand on my shoulder, and I didn't draw away. It was a nice, fat, soft hand with a big diamond ring that twinkled in the sunshine. "How's Enoch?" he said. I jumped. "Oh, that's all right. That fool doctor told me when I met him down the street. He doesn't understand about Enoch, does he, Seth? But you and I do." "That doctor thinks I'm crazy," I whispered. "Well, just between us, Seth. It did sound a little hard to believe at first, but I've just come from the swamp. Sheriff Shelby and some of his men are still working down there. They found Emily Robbins' body a little while ago. And there's other bodies, too. A fat man a small boy, and an Indian. The quicksand preserves them, you know. His eyes were smiling, so I knew I could trust this man. If they keep going, they'll find other bodies too, won't they, Seth? I nodded, but I didn't wait any longer. I saw enough to understand you were telling the truth. Enoch must have made you do these things, didn't he? I nodded again. Fine, Mr. Cassidy said, pressing my shoulder. See, we do understand each other. I won't blame you for anything you tell me. What do you want to know? I asked. Oh, lots of things. I'm interested in Enoch, you see. How many people did he ask you to kill? Altogether, that is. 9, I said. And they're all buried in the quicksand. Yes. Do you know their names? Only a few. I told him the names I knew. Sometimes Enoch just describes them for me and I go out to meet them, I explained. Mr. Cassidy sort of chuckled and took out a cigar. I frowned. Don't want me to smoke, eh? Please, I don't like it. My mother didn't believe in smoking. She never let me. Mr. Cassidy laughed, but he put away the cigar and leaned forward. You can be a big help to me, Seth, he whispered. I suppose you know what a district attorney is? Isn't it sort of a lawyer for trials and things? That's right. I'll be at your trial, Seth. You don't want to get up in front of all those people and tell them what happened, do you? No, I don't, Mr. Cassidy. Not those mean town people. They hate me. Then here's what you do. Tell me about all of it, and I'll talk for you. That's friendly enough, isn't it? I wished Enoch was there to help me, but he was asleep. I looked at Mr. Cassidy and made up my own mind. I told him everything I knew. After a while, he stopped chuckling, but only because he was getting so interested. One more thing, he said. We were able to identify several of the bodies from the swamp, but it would be easier if you could tell me where the heads are. I stood up and turned away. I can't tell you because I don't know, I said. Don't know? I give them to Enoch, I explained. Don't you understand? That's why I have to kill people, because he wants their heads. Mr. Cassidy looked puzzled. He always makes me cut off the heads and leave them behind, I went on. I put the bodies in the quicksand and go home. Then he puts me to sleep and rewards me. After that, he goes away, back to the heads. They're what he wants. Why does he want them, Seth? It wouldn't do you any good to find them. You probably wouldn't recognize anything, I said. Mr. Cassidy sat up and sighed. But why do you let Enoch do these things? If I don't, he'll do it to me. And that's what he's always threatened. He needs them, so I obey. Mr. Cassidy watched me while I paced, but he didn't say a word. He seemed to be very nervous all of a sudden, and when I came close, he leaned away. You'll explain all of that at the trial, won't you? About Enoch and everything? He shook his head. I'm not going to tell anyone about Enoch, and neither are you, Mr. Cassidy said. Nobody is going to know Enoch exists. Why? I'm trying to help you, Seth. Don't you know what people will say if you mention Enoch to them? They'll say you're crazy, and you don't want that to happen. No, but what can you do? How can you help me? Mr. Cassidy smiled. You're afraid of Enoch, aren't you? Well, I was just thinking, suppose you gave him to me. I gulped. Yeah, suppose you gave him to me. Let me take care of him during the trial. Then he wouldn't be yours, and you wouldn't have to say anything about him. He probably doesn't want people to know what he does, anyway. That's right, I said. Enoch would be very angry. He's a secret, you know. But I hate to give him to you without asking, and he's asleep. Asleep? Yes, on top of my skull. Only you can't see him, of course. Of course. Mr. Cassidy gazed at my head and chuckled again. Oh, I can explain everything when he wakes up. Once he knows it was for the best, I'm sure he'll be happy. Well, I guess it's all right then. But you must promise to take good care of him, I sighed. Sure, Mr. Cassidy said. And you'll give him what he needs? Absolutely. And you won't tell a soul. Not a soul. You know what will happen if you refuse to give him what he wants, right? He'll take it by force. I warned Mr. Cassidy. Don't you worry, Seth. I stood still for a minute, because I could suddenly feel something move toward my ear. Enoch, I whispered. Can you hear me? He heard. I explained how I was giving him to Mr. Cassidy, but Enoch didn't say a word. Mr. Cassidy didn't say a word either. He just sat there, grinning. I suppose it must have looked a little strange to see me talking to nothing. Go to Mr. Cassidy now, I whispered, and Enoch went. I felt the weight lift from my head. That was all. But I knew he was gone. Can you feel him, Mr. Cassidy? What? Oh, sure, he said, rising from his chair. Take good care of Enoch, I said. The best. Don't put your hat on, I warned. He doesn't like hats. Oh, sorry. I forgot. Well, Seth, I'll say goodbye now. You've been a mighty great help, and from now on, we can just forget about Enoch when it comes to telling anybody else. I'll come back again and talk about the trial. Dr. Silversmith is going to tell folks you're crazy. It would be best if you denied everything you told him. Now that I have Enoch, that is. That sounded like a fine idea. I knew Mr. Cassidy was a smart man. Whatever you say, just be good to Enoch, and he'll be good to you. Mr. Cassidy shook my hand. Then he and Enoch left. I felt tired again. Maybe it was the strain, or maybe I felt strange knowing Enoch was gone. Either way, I went back to sleep for a long time. It was night when I woke to Charlie Potter banging on the cell door, bringing me supper. He jumped and backed away when I said hello. Murderer, he yelled. They got 9 bodies out in the swamp, you crazy fiend. Why, Charlie, I always thought we were friends. Looney, I'm gonna get out of here and leave you locked up for the night. The sheriff will make sure nobody breaks in to lynch you, but I think he's wasting his time. Charlie turned the lights out and left. I heard him put on the padlock, and then I was all alone for the first time. It was strange. Me, alone, without Enoch. I ran my fingers across the top of my head. It felt bare and strange. The moon was shining through the window, and I stood there looking out at the empty street. Enoch always loved the moon. It made him lively, restless, and greedy. I wondered how he felt now, with Mr. Cassidy. I must have stood there for a long time. My legs were numb when I heard the fumbling at the door. The lock clicked open, and Mr. Cassidy rushed inside. Take him off me, he yelled. "Take him away." "What's wrong?" I asked. "Enoch. That thing of yours. I thought you were crazy. Maybe I'm crazy. But take him off." "Why, Mr. Cassidy, I told you what Enoch was like. He's crawling around up there now. I can feel him. I can hear him. The things he whispers." "But I explained all that, Mr. Cassidy. Enoch wants something, doesn't he? You know what it is, and you have to give it to him. You promised." "I can't. I won't kill for him. He can't make me. He can, and he will." Mr. Cassidy gripped the bars on the cell door. "Seth, you must help me. Call Enoch. Take him back. Make him come back to you. Hurry." "All right, Mr. Cassidy." I called Enoch. He didn't answer. I called again, but he still didn't answer. Mr. Cassidy started to cry. I was shocked at first, but then I kind of felt sorry for him. He hadn't understood, after all. I know what it's like when Enoch whispers that way. He starts by coaxing you. He then pleads, and then he threatens. "You'd better obey," I told Mr. Cassidy. "Has he told you who to kill?" Mr. Cassidy didn't pay me any attention. He kept crying, and then he suddenly opened the cell next to mine, went inside, and locked the door. "I won't," he sobbed. "I won't. "You won't what?" I asked. "I won't kill Dr. Silversmith at the hotel and give Enoch his head. I'll stay here in the cell where I'm safe. Oh, you fiend, devil." He slumped down, sideways, and I could see him through the bars dividing our cells, hunched over and tearing at his hair. "You'd better," I called out, "or Enoch will do something. Please, Mr. Cassidy, hurry." Then Mr. Cassidy moaned, and I guess he fainted. He didn't say anything else, and he stopped clawing. I called him once more, but he wouldn't answer. So what could I do? I sat in the dark corner of my cell and watched the moonlight. Moonlight always makes Enoch wild. Then Mr. Cassidy started to scream. Not loud, but deep down in his throat. He didn't move, just screamed. I knew it was Enoch, taking what he wanted. What was the point of looking? I couldn't have stopped him. And I had tried to warn Mr. Cassidy. No, I just sat there and held my hands to my ears until it was over. When I turned back around, Mr. Cassidy was still slumped against the bars, and only one sound could be heard. A purring. The soft, faraway purring of Enoch after he's eaten. Then I heard the scratching of Enoch's claws when he's frisky after being fed. The sound came from inside Mr. Cassidy's head. It was Enoch, all right, and he was happy now. I was happy too. I reached my hand through the bars, pulled the jail keys from Mr. Cassidy's pocket, opened the cell door, and I was finally free. There was no need to stay with Mr. Cassidy gone, and Enoch wouldn't be staying either. I called to him. "Here, Enoch." That was the closest I'd ever come to seeing Enoch, a white streak that came flashing out of a big red hole that he'd ate in the back of Mr. Cassidy's skull. Then I felt the soft, cold, flabby weight landing on my own head, and I knew he was home. I walked through the corridor, opened the outer jail door, and tiny feet began to patter on top of my brain. Together, we walked into the night, The moon was shining, everything was still, and I could hear Enoch's happy chuckling in my ear. The Room in the Tower, written by E.F. Benson. It is probable that every lucid dreamer has had at least one dream come true. In my opinion, it would be more strange if it did not happen occasionally. Our dreams involve people we know, places we're familiar with, events that naturally occur anyway. It is true they might include impossible or absurd details, but based on pure statistics, it's not unlikely for some to come true. For example, not long ago, one of my unremarkable dreams came true, and I'll tell you what happened. A friend of mine who lives abroad is kind enough to write me every couple of weeks. When that much time has passed, I know to expect a letter soon. One night last week, I dreamed that I was going upstairs to dress for dinner when the mailman knocked on the door. I went downstairs, and among my other letters was one from my friend. After that is when the absurd part happened. When I opened it, there was an ace of diamonds inside, and written on it was, "I'm sending you this for safekeeping. You know it is risky to keep aces in Italy." The next evening, just as I was preparing to go upstairs and dress for dinner, I heard the mailman knock, and did precisely as I had in my dream. Among the letters was one from my friend, but it did not contain the ace of diamonds. If it had, I would have been more impressed, but this was a perfectly ordinary coincidence. Obviously, I consciously or subconsciously expected a letter from him, which is what influenced my dream in the first place. Also, the fact that my friend had not written for 2 weeks influenced him to do so in the same way, although sometimes it is much harder to explain, and for the following story, I can find no explanation at all. It came out of the dark, and into the dark it is gone again. All my life, I've been a lucid dreamer. I spend my nights in a series of long, dazzling adventures. They're almost always pleasant, though most are trivial. The story I'm about to share is a rare exception. I was about 16 the first time I had the dream. It started with me at the door of a big red brick house. The servant who greeted me said tea was being served in the garden, and he led me through a low, dark hall with a large fireplace to a cheerful green lawn with flower beds. A small gathering was grouped around the tea table, but I only knew one person. He was an old classmate named Jack Stone, and his father owned the house. He introduced me to his parents and 2 sisters, and I was somewhat surprised. I hardly knew the boy and rather disliked what little I did know. Plus, he quit school the previous year. The afternoon was stifling hot, and the yard was bothered by a red brick wall with an iron gate in the center and a walnut tree just beyond it. We sat in the house's shadow across a row of windows, and inside I could see a table glimmering with glass and silver. The front of the house was very long, and at one end was a 3-story tower. It looked much older than the rest of the building. Soon, Mrs. Stone, who had sat in absolute silence like everyone else, said, "Jack will show you to your room at the top of the tower." For some inexplicit reason, my heart sank at her words. It was like I had already known that I would get that room, and there was something important yet dreadful about it. Jack got up instantly, and I knew I had to follow him. We passed through the hall in silence, and went up a great oak staircase with many corners before arriving at a small 2-door landing. He pushed one open and closed it behind me. Then, I knew my suspicion was correct. Something awful was in the room, and my fear grew quickly until I woke in a fit of terror. I experienced variations of that dream at random intervals for 15 years, but it usually happened exactly as I said. After arriving, tea is served in the silent garden before that one terrible sentence is spoken. Jack Stone always guides me through the horrifying tower, and the nightmare ends with some unseen terror in the room. Other times, it is a variation of the same thing. Occasionally, we'll be eating in the dining room, but it remained silence with the same suffocating dread, no matter where we were. The silence would always be broken by Miss Stone saying, "Jack will show you to your room at the top of the tower." Then, I would follow him up the square staircase and enter the place I feared more and more each time. Otherwise, I would find myself playing cards in the silent den lit with enormous blinding chandeliers. I have no idea what the game was. I only remember feeling miserably anxious that Mrs. Stone would send me to the tower soon. The den was next to the brightly lit dining room, but the rest of the house was dim and full of shadows. Despite the bright lights, I often had a hard time seeing the cards that were dealt to me. Their colors were strange. There were no red suits, only black. And some cards were completely black all over. I hated and dreaded those. As this dream continued to recur, I became familiar with most of the house. Beyond the den, there was a smoking room with a green door at the end of the hall. It was always very dark, and I would pass somebody that I couldn't see as they were coming out. Over the years, characters in the dream aged as people might in real life. When I first saw Mrs. Stone, she had black hair, moved briskly, but now she was gray and feeble. Jack grew into a rather sickly young man with a brown mustache, and one of the sisters stopped appearing when she was married. Then I did not have the dream for 6 months or more. I began to hope that they were over with, but one night after this break, I found myself being escorted onto the lawn for tea once again. Mrs. Stone was not there, and the others were all dressed in black. I guessed the reason immediately, and my heart leapt at the thought that I would not have to sleep in the tower room. Though we normally sat in silence, the sense of relief made me talk and laugh as I never had before. But even then it was uncomfortable. No one else spoke. They only shared secret glances with each other. Soon, my foolish talk ran dry, and as the light slowly faded, I grew more anxious than in any previous visit. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke the silence. It was Mrs. Stone saying, "Jack will show you to your room at the top of the tower." It seemed to come from somewhere near the gate, and when I looked up, the yard was covered in gravestones. They glowed with a strange grayish light, and the grave closest to me read, "In evil memory of Julia Stone." As usual, I followed Jack through the hall, up the squared staircase. This time, it was darker than usual. When I entered the room, I could only see the furniture. There was also a dreadful smell of decay, and I woke up screaming. The dream continued to occur at random intervals for 15 years. Sometimes I'd have it 2 or 3 nights in a row. Aside from the 6-month break, it happened roughly once a month on average. It always ended with the same awful terror. and each experience frightened me as badly as the first. There was also a strange and dreadful consistency to it. The characters aged regularly. There were deaths and marriages in the silent family, and after Mrs. Stone died, I never saw her again. But it was still her voice that spoke to me. I could always see her gravestone just outside the iron gate. It was the same with the married daughter. Usually she was not present, but once or twice she returned with a man, and I thought it was her husband. He, too, was always silent. But due to the constant repetition of the dream, I stopped thinking that was significant. I never met Jack Stone again, nor did I ever see a dark house that resembled the one in my dream. Then, something happened. This year, I was in London until the end of July. During the first week of August, I left to stay with a friend. He had rented a summer house in the Ashdown Forest district of Sussex. John Clinton planned to meet me at the Forest Row station, and we spent the day golfing before he drove us to his house at roughly 5 that evening. Since it was still so early, we waited to have tea at home instead of having it at the clubhouse. The weather had been hot and wonderfully fresh that day, but it became stagnant and oppressive during our drive. I felt that indescribable sense of ominous anxiety that I get before a storm. John, however, did not share my concerns. He blamed my attitude on the fact that I lost both the matches. Regardless, I turned out to be right. But I do not think that that night's thunderstorm was the only cause of my depression. Our road ran through a deep valley, and I fell asleep quickly. I only woke when the motor stopped. Partly frightened, but mostly curious, I found myself standing in front of my dream house. I wondered if I was dreaming at that moment when we walked through a low, oak-paneled hall and out to the lawn. Tea was being served in the house's shadow. It was surrounded by flower beds and a gated brick wall. Beyond that was an area with rough grass and a walnut tree. The front of the house was very long, and one end had a 3-story tower that was noticeably older than the rest. It was no longer like the dream. There was no silent and terrible family. Instead, there was a large group of very cheerful people, and I knew them all. I did not feel frightened in real life like I normally did in the dream, but I was very curious about what would happen. We drank tea, and before long, Mrs. Clinton stood up. At that moment, I knew what she was going to say. She told me, "John will show you to your room in the tower." For half a second, the horror from my dreams consumed me again, but quickly passed, and the intense curiosity returned. It did not take long to satisfy. John turned to me. "It's at the top of the house, but I think you'll be comfortable. The other rooms are already taken. Would you like to see it now?" He looked up as he said this. "My goodness, I believe you're right. There's going to be a thunderstorm. It's gotten quite dark," he added. I rose and followed him as we passed through the hall and up the perfectly familiar staircase. I entered when he opened the door and was immediately struck with another wave of sheer terror. Suddenly, I remembered my fear of Mrs. Stone and her grave's sinister inscription. An evil memory. I saw it often in my sleep, just past the lawn beneath my window. Then, once again, fear passed, and I was left sane and sober inside the tower room, the very same room from my dream. I looked around with a sense of familiarity and found that nothing had been changed from my dream. The bed was angled along the wall to the left of the door. Next to it was the fireplace and a small bookcase. Across from the door were 2 lattice-panel windows with a vanity between them. On the 4th wall was the washing stand and a big cupboard. My luggage was already unpacked. My night clothes were laid neatly on the washstand, and my dinner clothes were spread out atop the bed. With a sudden jolt of dismay, I saw 2 things I'd never seen in my dreams. One was a life-size oil painting of Mrs. Stone hanging next to the bed, and the other was a black and white sketch of Jack Stone as he had appeared in my dreams a week before, a secretive, evil-looking man of about 30. His picture hung between the windows, staring straight across the room at the other portrait. I also looked at it, and once again, I was filled with the horror from my nightmares. It showed Mrs. Stone as I had last seen her in my dreams, old, withered, and white-haired. Despite her obviously feeble body, a dreadful vitality was beneath her fleshy shell. A malignant excitement radiated unimaginable evil from her narrow, leering eyes. It laughed with a demon-like mouth. Her face expressed an appalling humor, and her hands, clasped together on her knee, shook with joy. I also saw that it was signed in the bottom left corner and wondered who the artist could be. Looking closer, I read the inscription, Julia Stone, by Julia Stone. There was a knock at the door, and John Clinton entered. "Got everything you want?" he asked. "Rather more than I want," I said, pointing to the picture. He laughed. A hard-featured old lady. She was alone, too, I remember. Anyhow, she sure didn't flatter herself much. "But don't you see?" I said. "It's hardly a human face at all. It's the face of some witch or devil." He took a closer look. "Yes, it isn't very pleasant, especially not next to the bed, eh? Yes, I'd probably have a nightmare if I slept with that nearby. I'll have it removed if you'd like." "I really wish you would," I said. He rang the bell and a servant helped us remove the picture. It was taken onto the landing and left facing the wall. "My goodness, the old lady is heavy. I wonder if she had something on her mind," John said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. I had also noticed the picture's extraordinary weight. I was about to reply when I saw a considerable amount of blood covering my palm. "I've cut myself somehow," I said. John was slightly startled. "Huh, I have too," he said, cleaning the blood from his own hand with a handkerchief. John and I returned to the tower room and washed the blood off, but neither of us had any trace of a scratch or a cut. Once we realized this, we both had an unspoken agreement not to mention it again. Then something occurred to me that I didn't want to think about. It was only a theory, but somehow I knew John was thinking the same thing. The air grew hotter and thicker after dinner. A storm was brewing, and most of us were sitting outside on the lawn where we had tea. The night was completely dark. No light from the stars or moon could penetrate the ominous clouds covering the sky. Our group slowly dispersed. The women went to bed, men retired to the smoking room, and by 11, John and I were the only 2 left. All evening I had thought that there was something on his mind. Now that we were alone, he confirmed it. "Did you notice the man who helped us with the picture also had blood on his hand? Just now, I asked him if he'd cut himself, and he supposed he had, but he couldn't find an actual wound. So, where did that blood come from?" he said. Up to that point, I had succeeded in not thinking about it, and I especially did not want to be reminded of it at bedtime. I don't know. I don't really care as long as the picture of Mrs. Stone is gone, I said. He stood. But it's odd. Now you'll see another odd thing. His Irish Terrier came outside as we talked. The hall door was open behind us. Its bright light shined across the yard and beyond the iron gate to the walnut tree. The dog's hackles were raised, bristling with fear and rage. His lips were curled back as he growled, ready to pounce. He did not notice John or myself as he stiffly walked across the lawn to the gate. He stood there, growling, looking through the bars until he seemed to lose his nerve. With one long howl, he cowered and hurried back to the house. He does that half a dozen times a day. He sees something he both hates and fears, John said. I walked to the gate and looked over it. Something in the grass was moving, and there was a sound I couldn't immediately identify. But I soon realized it was only a purring cat. I lit a match and saw the big blue Persian prancing around excitedly just outside the gate. Its tail was raised proudly, and its eyes shined brightly as it occasionally sniffed the grass. I laughed. I'm afraid that's the end of the mystery. Here's a large cat having a party all alone. Yes, that's Darius. He spends half the day and all night there. But that's not the end of the dog mystery. He and Toby are best friends. This is only the beginning of the cat mystery. What's the cat doing there? Why is it that Darius is happy, but Toby is terrified? John said. At that moment, I remembered the horrible part of my dream, where I see through the gate. The cat was standing exactly where the white tombstone with the sinister inscription is normally located. Before I could speak, it suddenly began raining, like someone turned on a faucet. The big cat squeezed through the bars and ran into the house for shelter, where it sat in the doorway, eagerly looking out into the darkness. When John pushed it back in order to close the door, it hissed and scratched at him. With Julia Stone's picture in the hallway, the tower room did not frighten me. Feeling very sleepy, I went to bed with only a mild interest in the strange occurrences of the bleeding hands and the pet's behavior. The last thing I saw was the square, empty space where the portrait had been. There, the wallpaper was its original dark red color, but it was faded everywhere else. After blowing out my candle, I fell asleep instantly. My waking was equally instantaneous. I sat straight up, thinking a bright light had been flashed in my face, but all was pitch black. I knew I was in the room from my terrifying dreams, but the fear I felt in those did not come close to the horror that now consumed me. Thunder cracked above the house immediately after the flash, but knowing it was probably lightning that woke me did not calm my racing heart. I knew something was in the room with me, instinctively. I reached for the wall to my right. I touched the edge of a picture frame. I leapt out of bed, bumping the small table beside it, and I heard my watch, candle, and matches clatter to the floor. A blinding flash erupted from the clouds to show me the picture of Mrs. Stone was once again hanging on the wall, and the room instantly returned to blackness. In that flash, I also saw a figure leaning over the end of the bed, watching me. Its tight, white garment was spotted with mold, and its face matched the one from the portrait. Overhead, the thunder roared, and when it stopped, all was deathly still. I heard a rustling as something moved closer, and even worse, there was a rotten stench of decay. That's when a hand was laid on the side of my neck, and I heard quick, eager breaths next to my ear. Even though this thing could be touched, smelled, seen, and heard, I knew that it was not of this earth. It was something that left the body and had the power to manifest itself. Then a familiar voice spoke. I knew you would come to the room in the tower. I've been waiting for a long time. At last, you have come. Tonight, I will feast, and soon we will feast together. It said, as the quick breathing came close enough to feel on my neck. The terror had temporarily paralyzed me, but now a wild instinct of self-preservation took control. I flailed both arms wildly while kicking my legs, and I heard a small animal squeal as something soft dropped beside me with a thud. I took a few steps forward, nearly tripping over whatever lay there, and by sheer luck, I found the exit. In another second, I ran out into the landing and slammed the door behind me. At almost the same moment, another door opened somewhere below me, and John Clinton came running up the stairs with a candle in hand. What is it? He asked. I sleep below you and heard a noise as if, good heavens, there's blood on your shoulder. Afterwards, he said that I stood swaying from side to side, white as a sheet, with a bloody handprint stained on my shoulder. She's in there, I said, pointing. The portrait is hanging where we took it from, too. He laughed at that. My dear fellow, it was only a nightmare. He pushed by me and opened the door as I stood frozen in terror, unable to stop him or move. Phew, what an awful smell, he said before falling silent as he entered the room. He returned almost immediately, as white as myself, and shut the door behind him. Yes, the portrait is there, and on the floor is a thing covered in dirt and wearing the garments people are buried in. Let's get away. Quick, let's go, he said. I hardly know how I got downstairs. I was nauseous and shaking multiple times. John had to place my feet on the steps, and he often looked back in terror. But eventually, we came to his room on the floor below. There, I told him what I have described in these pages. The end can be told quickly. Some of my readers may have already guessed what it was if they remember the incident at the West Folly churchyard from 8 years ago. 3 attempts were made to bury a woman who had committed suicide. Each time, the coffin was found sticking up from the ground a few days later. After the 3rd attempt, the body was buried just outside the iron gate of this woman's home. She had killed herself in the room atop of the tower, and her name was Julia Stone. The body was secretly dug up again, and the coffin was found full of blood. The Monkey's Paw, written by W. Jacobs. Outside, the night was cold and wet, but in the small living room of a laburnum villa, the blinds were closed and the fire burned brightly. Father and son played chess. The father knew radical strategies and put his king into enough danger to earn comment from the white-haired old lady knitting peacefully by the fire. Listen to the wind, Mr. White said, seeing a fatal mistake and wanting to prevent his son from noticing. I'm listening, the son said, grimly surveying the board as he stretched out his hand. Check. I should hardly think he'd come tonight, the father said, hand poised over the board. Mate, the son replied. That's the worst part of living so far out. Of all the beastly, slushy, out-of-the-way places to live, this is the worst. The pathway is a bog, and the road's a disaster. I don't know what people are thinking. I suppose because only 2 houses on the road are occupied, they think it doesn't matter. Mr. White yelled with sudden, unprovoked anger. Never mind, dear. Perhaps you'll win the next one, his wife soothed. Mr. White looked up sharply, just in time to see a knowing glance between mother and son. The words died away on his lips, and he hid a guilty grin in his thin gray beard. There he is, the son said as the gate banged loudly, and heavy footsteps approached the door. The old man rose to open the door with friendly haste, and was heard sympathizing with the guest. The guest complained so much that Mrs. White said, "Tut, tut," coughing gently as her husband entered with a tall, burly man with beady eyes and a pink complexion. "Sergeant Major Morris," he said, introducing him. The sergeant major shook hands, sat by the fire, and watched contentedly as his host poured whiskey and put a small copper kettle on the fire. With the third glass, his eyes got brighter, and he eagerly began telling a story about a visitor from a distant land. He squared his broad shoulders in the chair and spoke of wild events and brave deeds of war, plagues, and strange people. 21 years of it. When he went away, he was a thin youth in the warehouse. Now look at him, Mr. White said, nodding at his wife and son. He doesn't seem to have taken much harm, Mrs. White said politely. I'd like to go to India myself, just to look around a bit, you know, the old man said. Better off where you are, the sergeant major said, shaking his head. He put down the empty glass, sighing softly before shaking it again. I would like to see those old temples, mystics and jugglers. And what was it you started telling me the other day about a monkey's paw or something, Morris? The old man asked. Nothing. At least nothing worth hearing, the soldier replied hastily. Monkey's paw? Mrs. White asked curiously. Well, it's just a bit of what you might call magic, perhaps, the sergeant major said offhandedly. His three listeners eagerly leaned forward. The soldier absent-mindedly put his empty glass to his lips, then set it down again. His host filled it for him. To look at, it's just an ordinary little paw, dried as a mummy, the sergeant major said, fumbling in his pocket. He removed something and held it out. Mrs. White drew back with grimace, but her son took it, examining it curiously. And what is special about it? Mr. White inquired as he took it from his son. After examining it, he placed it on the table. An old mystic put a spell on it. A very holy man. He wanted to show fate ruled people's lives, and that those who interfered with it did so to their sorrow. He put a spell on it so that 3 separate men could each have 3 wishes from it, the sergeant major explained. His manner was so serious, the family became aware their light laughter bothered him somewhat. Well, why don't you have 3, sir? The son joked. The soldier regarded him in a way middle age tends to regard presumptuous youth. I have, he whispered. His blotchy face whitened. And did you really have the 3 wishes granted? Mrs. White asked. I did, the sergeant major answered, and his glass tapped against his teeth. And has anybody else wished? The old lady persisted. The first man had his 3 wishes, yes. I don't know what the first 2 were, but the third was for death. That's how I got the paw. The soldier answered in tones so grave a hush fell over the group. If you've had your 3 wishes, it's no good to you anymore, Morris. What do you keep it for? The old man finally asked. The soldier shook his head. Fancy, I suppose, he said slowly. I did think of selling it, but I don't think I will. It's caused enough mischief already, Besides, people won't buy it. Some think it's a fairy tale, and those who do think anything of it want to try it first and pay me after. If you could have another 3 wishes, would you use them? The old man asked, eyeing him keenly. I don't know, said the soldier. I don't know. He took the paw, dangling it between his forefinger and thumb, and suddenly threw it into the fire. Mr. White, with a slight cry, stooped down and snatched it out. Better to let it burn, the soldier said solemnly. If you don't want it, Morris, give it to me, Mr. White said. I won't. I threw it on the fire. If you keep it, don't blame me for what happens. Throw it in the fire again like a sensible man, the soldier said grimly. Mr. White shook his head and examined his new possession closely. How do you do it? He asked. Hold it up in your right hand and say the wish out loud. But I warn you of the consequences, the sergeant major said. Sounds like the Arabian Nights. Do you think you might wish for 4 pairs of hands for me? Mrs. White joked as she rose to set the supper. Her husband drew the talisman from his pocket, and all 3 burst into laughter as the sergeant major, looking alarmed, caught him by the arm. If you must wish for something sensible, he said gruffly. Mr. White dropped it back in his pocket, placed the chairs, and motioned his friends to the table. During supper, the talisman was partly forgotten. Afterward, the 3 sat fascinated, listening to a second installment of the soldier's adventures in India. If the tale about the monkey's paw is as exaggerated as those that he's been telling us, we won't make much of it, the son joked, closing the door behind their guest who had to catch the last train. Did you give him anything for it? Mrs. White inquired, regarding her husband closely. A little. He didn't want it, but I made him take it. He again urged me to throw away the paw, the old man admitted, blushing slightly. Not likely. Why, we're going to be rich and famous and happy. Start by wishing to be an emperor, father. Then you can't be ordered around by mother. He darted around the table, chased by the angry Mrs. White, who was armed with a rag. Mr. White took the paw from his pocket and eyed it suspiciously. I don't know what to wish for, and that's a fact, he said slowly. It seems to me I've got all I want. If you only paid off the house, you'd be quite happy, wouldn't you? Well, wish for 200 pounds. Then that'll just do it, the son suggested, his hand on his father's shoulder. The father, smiling shamefully at his indulgence, held up the talisman. His son sat down at the piano and struck a few impressive chords, his face solemn as he winked at his mother. I wish for 200 pounds, the old man said clearly. A fine crash from the piano greeted the words, interrupted by a shuddering cry from the old man. His wife and son ran towards him. It moved, as I wished. It twisted in my hand like a snake, he cried, looking at the object on the floor with disgust. Well, I don't see any money, and I bet I never shall, his son said, picking it up and placing it on the table. It must have been your imagination, his wife suggested, regarding him anxiously. He shook his head. Well, never mind. There's no harm done, but it gave me a shock all the same. They sat down by the fire again while the 2 men finished their pipes. Outside, the wind was higher than ever, and the old man jumped nervously at the sound of a door banging upstairs. An unusual and depressing silence settled over all 3, lasting until the old couple retired for the night. I expect you'll find the cash in a big bag in the middle of your bed, and something horrible squatting on top of the wardrobe watching you pocket your ill-gotten gains, the son joked as he said goodnight. The old man sat alone in the darkness, gazing at the dying fire, and seeing faces in it. The last face was so horribly ape-like. He gazed at it in amazement. It got so vivid. He felt for a glass of water to throw over it. His hand grasped the monkey's paw, and with a little shiver, he wiped his hand on his coat and went to bed. Next morning, as the bright winter sun shone over the breakfast table, he laughed at his fears. There was a dull wholesome about the room that it lacked the previous night. The dirty, shivered little paw was placed carelessly on the mantel, doing little to inspire belief in its powers. I suppose all old soldiers are the same. I can't believe we listen to such nonsense. How could wishes be granted these days? And if they could, how could 200 pounds hurt you? Mrs. White said. Might drop on his head from the sky, the son said sarcastically. Morris said the things happened so naturally you could call it coincidence if you wanted, the father said. Well, don't spend the money before I come back. I'm afraid it'll turn you into a mean, greedy man, and we'll have to disown you, the son said as he rose from the table. His mother laughed, followed him to the door, and watched him down the road. Returning to the breakfast table, she laughed at her husband's credulity, though this did not prevent her from rushing to the door at the mailman's knock, nor from rudely referring to retired Sergeant Major's drinking habits when the mail included a tailor's bill. I expect our son will have more of his funny jokes when he comes home, she said as they sat at dinner. I dare say, but aside from that, the thing moved in my hand. That I'll swear to, Mr. White said, pouring himself some beer. You thought it did, the lady soothed. I say it did. There was no mistake. I had just... What's the matter? Replied the husband. His wife made no reply. She was watching the mysterious movements of a man outside. He was looking at the house with uncertainty, as if trying to decide whether to enter. Thinking of the 200 pounds, she noticed a stranger was well dressed and wore a new, glossy silk hat. 3 times he paused at the gate before walking away again. The 4th time he stood with his hand on it, then, with sudden resolution, flung it open and walked up the path. At the same moment, Mrs. White hurriedly removed her apron, placing it beneath her chair. She brought the uneasy stranger into the room. He stared at her, nervously, listening impatiently as the old lady apologized for the appearance of the room and her husband's garden coat. She then tried to wait patiently for him to explain his visit, but at first he was strangely silent. I was asked to call. I came from Ma and Megan's, he finally said, stooping to pick a piece of cotton from his trousers. The old lady started. Is anything the matter? Has anything happened to our son? What is it? What is it? She asked breathlessly. Her husband interrupted. There, sit down, and don't jump to conclusions. I'm sure you haven't brought bad news, he said hastily, eyeing the man wistfully. I'm sorry, began the visitor. Is he hurt? The mother demanded wildly. The visitor bowed in confirmation. Badly hurt, but he is not in any pain, he said quietly. Oh, thank God, the old woman said, clasping her hands. Thank God for that. She broke off suddenly as she understood his sinister meaning and saw the awful confirmation in the man's averted face. She caught her breath, turned to her slower-witted husband, and laid her trembling old hand upon his. There was a long silence. He was caught in the machinery, the visitor explained in a low voice. Caught in the machinery, Mr. White repeated, dazed. Yes. He sat staring blankly out the window, taking his wife's hand between his own. He pressed it as he had in their old courting days, nearly 40 years ago. He was the only one left to us. It is hard, he said gently, turning to the visitor. The man coughed as he stood and walked slowly to the window. The firm wished me to convey their sincere sympathy with you and your great loss, he said without looking around. I beg you to understand I'm only their servant and merely obeying orders. There was no reply. The old woman's face was white, her eyes staring, and her breath inaudible. The husband's face wore the same look that the sergeant might have carried on his first battle. I was to say that Ma and Megan's deny all responsibility, the man continued. They admit no liability at all, but in consideration of your son's services, they wish to pay you compensation. Mr. White dropped his wife's hand, rose to his feet, and gazed at the visitor with a look of horror. His dry lips shaped the words. How much? 200 pounds, was the answer. Unconscious of his wife's shriek, the old man smiled faintly, put his hands out like a blind man, and dropped to the floor in a senseless heap. In the huge new cemetery 2 miles away, the old people buried their dead and returned to a house filled with shadow and silence. It was all over so quickly they could hardly accept it at first. They kept expecting something else to happen, something to lighten this load that was too heavy for old hearts to bear. But the days passed, and expectation gave place to resignation, the hopeless resignation of the old, sometimes mistaken for apathy. Sometimes they hardly said a word because now they had nothing to talk about. Their days were long and weary. It was about a week after the old man woke suddenly in the night, stretching out his hand to find himself alone. The room was in darkness, and the sound of muffled crying came from the window. He sat up and listened. Come back. You will be cold, he said tenderly. It is colder for my son, the old woman said, weeping more. The sound of her sobs died away in his ears. The bed was warm and his eyes were heavy. He dozed fitfully, then slept until his wife's sudden, wild cry woke him with a start. The paw, she cried wildly. The monkey's paw. He jumped up in an alarm. Where is it? What's the matter? She came stumbling across the room. I want it, she said quietly. You haven't destroyed it. It's in the den, on the mantel, he replied in wonder. Why? She cried and laughed together, bending over to kiss his cheek. I just thought of it, she said hysterically. Why didn't I think of it before? Why didn't you think of it? Think of what? He questioned. The other 2 wishes. We've only had one, she replied rapidly. Was that not enough? He demanded fiercely. No. We'll have one more. Go get it quickly and wish our boy alive again, she cried triumphantly. The man sat up, flinging the sheets from his quaking limbs. Good God, are you mad? He cried, horrified. Get it quickly, and wish. Oh, my boy, she panted. Her husband struck a match to light the candle. Get back to bed. You don't know what you're saying, he said unsteadily. We had the first wish granted. Why not the second? The old woman argued feverishly. A coincidence, the old man stammered. Go get it and wish, his wife cried, quivering with excitement. The old man turned, regarding her. Arid, his voice shook. He has been dead for 10 days. And besides, I didn't want to tell you, but I could only recognize him by his clothing. If he was too terrible for you to see then, how about now? Bring him back. Do you think I fear the child I nursed? The woman cried, dragging him toward the door. He went down into the darkness, feeling his way to the den, then to the mantel. The talisman was there, and before he could escape the room, he was seized with a horrible fear the unspoken wish might bring his mutilated son to him. Catching his breath, he realized that he could not find the exit. With the creepy thing in hand, and his brow cold with sweat, he felt his way around the table, groping along the wall until he found the small door. Even his wife's face changed as he entered the room. It was white, expectant, and seemed to have an unnatural look upon it. He was afraid of her. "Wish," she cried in a strong voice. "It is foolish and wicked." He hesitated. "Wish," his wife repeated. He raised his hand. "I wish my son was alive again." The talisman fell to the floor, and he regarded it fearfully. Then he sank into a chair, trembling. With burning eyes, the old woman walked to the window and raised the blinds. He sat until chilled by the cold, occasionally glancing at the old woman looking out the window. The candle burned below the rim of the candlestick, throwing pulsating shadows on the ceiling and walls until it expired with a last flicker. The old man felt an unspeakable sense of relief at the talisman's failure and crept back to bed. A minute or two later, the old woman followed silently and without emotion. Neither spoke, but lay listening to the ticking of the clock. A stair creaked, and a squeaky mouse scurried noisily through the wall. The darkness was oppressive. After working up its courage for some time, he struck a match. He went downstairs for a candle. At the foot of the stairs, the match went out, and he paused to light another. At the same moment, a quiet and stealthy knock sounded at the front door. The matches fell from his hand, spilling to the floor. He stood motionless, not breathing until the knock was repeated. Then he turned and swiftly fled back to his room, closing the door behind him. A third knock sounded through the house. "What's that?" the old woman cried, sitting up. "A rat," the old man said in shaking tones. "A rat. It passed me on the stairs." His wife sat up in bed, listening. A loud knock echoed through the house. "It's our son," she screamed. "It's our son." She ran to the door, but her husband arrived first, catching her by the arm and holding her tightly. "What are you going to do?" he whispered hoarsely. "It's my boy," she cried, struggling mechanically. "I forgot it was 2 miles away. What are you holding me for? Let go. I must open the door." "For God's sake, don't let it in," the man cried, trembling. "You're afraid of your own son? Let me go. I'm coming, son. I'm coming," she cried, struggling. There was another knock and another. The old woman broke free with a sudden twist and ran from the room. Her husband followed to the landing, calling after her pleadingly as she hurried downstairs. He heard the chain rattle and the bottom bolt slide slowly and stiffly from the socket. Then the old woman's voice, strained and panting. "The bolt," she cried loudly. "Come down. I can't reach it." But her husband was on his hands and knees, groping wildly on the floor in search of the paw. If only he could just find it before the thing got in. A barrage of knocks reverberated through the house, and he heard the scraping of a chair as his wife put it against the door. He heard the creaking of the bolt as it came back slowly, and at the same moment, he found the monkey's paw, frantically breathing his third and last wish. The knocking stopped suddenly, although the echoes of it were still in the house. He heard the chair removed and the door open. A cold wind rushed up the staircase, and his wife's long, loud wail of disappointment gave him the courage to run past her and to the gate. The flickering street lamp shone on a quiet and deserted road. "Forgive me, forgive me." His voice was less assured as he replied, "Get up and dry your eyes. I have things to be sorry for, too." No, no," she sobbed. He shook his head. "I never should have left you. You loved me. After it first happened, I could still feel the fire burning my face, and I was forced to accept that I would never see again, that for the rest of my life, I would be a thing of horror and death. It takes time to resign oneself to such a fate, but in this eternal darkness, a man's thoughts reach far below the surface and gradually calm. Today, I see with my imagination. I see our little house, our peaceful days, and your poor little face the night that I said goodbye. Except the judge couldn't imagine any of that, could he? It was only fair that I try to explain. They couldn't see past what you did to me, what you turned me into. They were going to send you to prison, where you would have slowly faded away. No matter how many years you suffered there, it wouldn't have restored my eyes. You were afraid when you saw me take the witness stand, weren't you? Did you believe I was going to condemn you? No, I could never have done that. Never." She was still crying with her face buried in her hands. "How good you are." "I'm just..." In a jerky voice, she declared, I repent. I've done the most awful thing to you that a woman could do. Yet you begged for my acquittal. And now you even find words of pity from me. How can I prove my sorrow? Oh, you are wonderful. Wonderful." He listened as she continued talking and weeping, his head thrown back, with his hands resting on the arms of his chair, seemingly emotionless. When she was calm again, he asked, "What are you going to do now?" "I don't know. I'll rest for a few days. I'm so tired. Then I'll get a job, and I'll try to work in a shop or as a model." His voice was stifled as he asked next, "Are you still as pretty as ever?" But she didn't answer, so he added, "I want to know if you're as pretty as you used to be." Still, she remained silent, and with a slight shiver, he murmured, "It's dark now, isn't it? Turn on the light. Even though I can no longer see, I like to feel like there's light around me. Are you near the mantelpiece? Stretch out your hand. You'll find a switch there." Not even a sense of light could penetrate his eyelids, but thanks to her stifled gasp of horror, he knew the lamp was on. For the first time, she was able to see the results of her handiwork, of his terrifying face streaked with white swellings, red furrows, and two narrow black bands around his eyes. While he pleaded for her in court, she crouched in her seat, sobbing, not daring to look at him. Yet now, before this abominable thing, she grew sick with disgust. Still, he bore no anger as he murmured, "I'm very different from the man you knew in the old days. I horrify you now, don't I? You shrink from me." She tried to keep her voice steady as she answered, "Certainly not. I'm here, in the same place. Yes, now. but I still want you to come closer. If you only knew how the thought of your hands tempt me in my darkness, how I would love to feel their softness again. But I dare not. And yet, that's what I wanted to ask you, to let me feel your hands in mine, if only for a minute. The blind can get such marvelous memories from just a touch. Turning her head away, she held out her arm. Caressing her fingers, he murmured, "Ah, how nice. Don't tremble. Let me try to imagine we are lovers again." "But you're not wearing my ring. Why? I haven't taken yours off. Do you remember? You said it was our wedding ring. Why have you taken it off?" "I dare not wear it." "You must put it on again. Will you wear it? Promise me." She stammered, "I promise." He was silent for a little while. Then, in a calmer voice, "It must be quite dark now. I'm so cold. If you only knew how cold it feels when you're blind. Your hands are warm. Mine are frozen. I haven't fully developed my sense of touch. They say it takes time. For now, I'm like a child, still learning." She let her fingers remain in his, sighing, "Oh my God, my God." Speaking like a man in a dream, he continued, "I'm so glad that you came. I wondered if you would. I wanted to keep you for a long, long time, but I knew that wouldn't be possible. Life with me would be too sad. You see, when people have memories like ours, they must be careful not to spoil them. It must be horrible to look at me now, isn't it?" She tried to protest, and something that may have been a smile passed over his face. "Why lie? I once saw a man whose mistress had thrown acid all over him. His face was not human. Women turned their heads as they passed, but he couldn't see them doing it, so he continued talking to them, even as they were shrinking away. I'm like that poet wretch, am I not? Even you, who knew me from before, now tremble with disgust. I can feel it. For a long time you'll be haunted by the memory of my face. It'll come between you and everything else. It's a painful thought. But enough about me. You said that you were going back to work. Tell me your plans. Come closer. I don't hear as well as I used to." "Well?" Their armchairs were almost touching. She remained silent, and he sighed. "Ah, I can smell you. I've longed for that scent. I bought a bottle of the perfume you always wore, but it didn't smell the same on me. When you wear it, it mixes with the scent of your skin and hair. Come closer. Let me drink it in. You're leaving and never coming back. Let me take in as much of you as I can this last time." You shiver. Am I truly so horrible? "No, it's cold," she stammered. "Why are you dressed so lightly? I don't believe you wore a cloak, and the streets must be damp but dreary in November. My, how you tremble. Do you remember how warm and comfortable our little home was? You used to lay your head on my shoulder, and I would hold you close to me. Who would want to sleep in my arms now? Come closer. Give me your hand. What did you think when your lawyer said I asked to see you? I thought I should come. Do you still love me?" Her voice was only a breath. "Yes." Very slowly, his voice practically begging, he said, I want to kiss you for the last time. I know it'll almost be torture for you, but afterwards I won't ask for anything more. You can go. May I? Will you let me? She shrank back involuntarily, but dared not refuse the poor wretch. Then, moved by shame and pity, she laid her head on his shoulder, turned her lips towards him, and shut her eyes. He gently pressed her to him, silently prolonging the happy moment. She opened her eyes, and seeing the terrible face almost touching her own, she shivered with disgust for the second time. She would have pulled away, but he passionately pressed her closer. You would leave so soon? Stay a little longer. You haven't seen enough of me. Look at me, and give me your mouth again. More of it than that. It's horrible, isn't it? You're hurting me, she moaned. Oh no, I frighten you, he sneered. She struggled. You're hurting me. You're hurting me. In a low voice, he said, Shh, shh, no noise. Be quiet. I've got you now, and I'll keep you. How many days have I waited for this moment? Keep still, I say. Keep still. No nonsense. You know I'm much stronger than you. He seized both of her hands in one of his, took a little bottle from his coat pocket, removed the stopper with his teeth, and continued in the same quiet voice. Yes, it's acid. Bend your head. There, you'll see. We'll be incomparable lovers, made for each other. Ah, you're trembling. Now, do you understand why I had you acquitted and made you come here? Your pretty face will be exactly like mine. You'll be a monstrous thing and blind, like me. Ah, yes, it hurts terribly. She opened her mouth to protest, but he cut her off. No, not that. Shut your mouth. I don't want to kill you. That would make it too easy. Gripping her in the bend of his arm, he pressed his hand over her mouth and poured the acid slowly over her forehead, eyes, and cheeks. She struggled desperately, but he held her firmly and continued pouring as he talked. There, only a little more. Bite me all you want. That's nothing. It hurts, doesn't it? It's hell. Suddenly, he flung her away and cried, I'm burning myself. She fell to the floor, writhing. Already, her face was nothing but a red rag. He stumbled over on his way to the light switch, and then, all around them, as within them, was a great darkness. Rumpelstiltskin. Once upon a time, a poor miller with a beautiful daughter found himself speaking to the king and wished to make an impression. I have a daughter who can spin straw into gold, he said. And the king replied, That is an art that I would really like to see. If your daughter is as talented as you say, then bring her to my castle tomorrow, and I will put her to the test. When the girl arrived, she was taken to a room filled entirely with straw. Giving her a spinning wheel and a reel, the king said, Get to work now, and spin all night. If you have not spun all the straw into gold by morning, you will die. Then he left her there, alone, locking the door behind him. For the life of her, the poor miller's daughter did not know what to do. She had no idea how to spin straw into gold. Becoming more and more frightened, she finally began to cry. But then the door suddenly opened, and a little man stepped inside. Good evening, Mistress Miller. Why are you crying? He said. Oh, the girl answered. I'm supposed to spin this straw into gold, but I don't know how. What will you give me if I spin it for you?" "My necklace?" the girl offered. The little man took the necklace, sat at the spinning wheel, pulled 3 times, and the spool was full. Next, he put on another, pulled 3 more times, and filled the second one as well. So he continued until morning, when all the straw was spun into gold. The king returned at sunrise and was happily surprised to see the gold, but his heart was greedy for more. He took the miller's daughter to another room filled with even more straw and ordered her to spin it under the threat of death. Still not knowing what to do, the girl cried. Once again the door opened, and the little man appeared. "What will you give me if I spin the straw into gold?" "My ring," she answered. The little man took the ring, and by morning, all of the straw was spun into glistening gold. The king was beyond happy, but still, he was not satisfied. So he took the girl to an even larger room filled with straw. "Tonight, you will spin this too, and if you succeed, you will become my wife." Even if she was only a miller's daughter, he knew he would never find a richer wife. When the girl was alone, the little man returned for the 3rd time and asked, "What will you give me if I spin the straw this time?" "There's nothing else I could give you," she answered. "Then promise me your first child." Who knows when that will happen, the miller's daughter thought, and still not knowing what else to do, she agreed. In return, the little man once again spun the straw into gold. When the king found everything just as he hoped, the two were married, and the beautiful miller's daughter became the queen. A year later, she gave birth to a beautiful baby. She had thought no more of the little man until he suddenly appeared in her room, demanding the child he was promised. The queen became frightened, offered him all of the kingdom's wealth if she could keep the baby. "No," he said. "A living being is more precious to me than all the treasure in the world." Then the queen began crying so hard that the little man took pity on her. If you can learn my name within 3 days, I will let you keep the child." The queen spent the entire night thinking of all the names she had ever heard, and then she sent a messenger far into the country to learn what more there were. When the little man returned the following night, she guessed every name on her list, starting with Casper, Melikor, Balzer, but after each one, he said, "That is not my name." On the 2nd day, she sent inquiries into the neighborhood, asking people for their names. That night she recited the most curiously unusual names to the little man. "Is your name perhaps Beestrib, Mutton Calf, Legstring?" But he always answered, "That is not my name." On the 3rd day the messenger returned. He said, "I have not been able to find a single new name, but I saw a little house when approaching a high mountain in the corner of the woods. A fire was burning out front, and a comical little man was jumping around it, hopping on one leg and singing, 'Today I'll bake, tomorrow I'll brew, and then I'll fetch the queen's child anew. Thank goodness no one knows my name is Rumpelstiltskin, Rumpelstiltskin, Rumpelstiltskin.'" You can imagine the queen's happiness to hear that name. Soon after, the little man came in and asked, "Madam Queen, what is my name?" First she asked, "Is your name Kunz?" "No." "Is your name Heinz?" "No." "Is your name perhaps Rumpelstiltskin?" "The devil told you that. The devil told you." The little man shouted and angrily stomped his right foot into the ground so hard that he made a hole as deep as his waist. Then, with both of his hands, he took his left foot and ripped himself in half. straight up the middle. A Madman, written by Maurice Level. He was not evil or cruel, but he craved the unknown. He was not a fan of the theater, yet he often went in hopes of seeing it burn down. He was not interested in the circus either, though he went in case one of the animals mangled its trainer. Once he even visited the bull ring, but bloodshed in a controlled setting was too dull, and he was disgusted by pointless suffering. He wanted the thrill of a sudden catastrophe. Then, after a 10-year wait, a fire ravaged the opera house. He escaped without injury, and it was not long before he also witnessed a famous lion tamer being torn to pieces by his own cats. The Madman was only a few feet away from the cage when it happened, and, unable to match that thrill again, he fell into a deep depression until the morning he discovered gaudy posters littering the streets of Paris. The background was blue, and a strange, slanted racetrack ran down a ways, curled into a loop, and dropped straight down. The top of the poster showed a tiny cyclist about to dare the dangerous route, and the newspapers said a man actually intended to attempt such a course. "When I reach the loop, you'll actually see me go upside down," he told reporters. The press was invited to inspect the track and the bicycle. "I use no mechanical tricks, only precise scientific calculation and my unshakable nerve," the daredevil bragged. When the Madman read the article, his good spirits returned. He purchased his ticket immediately, and to ensure that he was not distracted when the rider looped the loop, he purchased the entire box of seats across from the track and sat alone on the big night. The cyclist appeared high above the audience at the top of the track. After a tense moment of anticipation, he sped down the slope and circled the loop with his feet in the air. And then it was all over. The Madman was thrilled by the performance, but he would only be able to enjoy the show a couple more times before becoming bored. Still, bicycles break, tracks wear out, and no man's skills are perfect. Sooner or later, there must be an accident. The cyclist was scheduled to perform in Paris for 3 months, and then he was going to tour the provinces. The Madman decided to attend every single performance, even if he had to follow the show when it traveled. He bought the same box and sat in the same seat every night. One evening, 2 months later, the Madman was leaving after a performance when he saw the cyclist standing alone in a corridor and approached him. Before he could say a word, the daredevil greeted him kindly. "I know you. You come to my show every night." "That's true. Your remarkable stunt is fascinating. But who told you about me?" "No one," the cyclist smiled. "I see you at each performance." "But how can you see me from so high up? Are you actually able to study the audience at such a moment?" The cyclist laughed. "Hardly. It would be dangerous to look down at a crowd, but just between us, there's a little trick to what I do." "A trick?" The Madman was surprised and disappointed. No, I don't mean a hoax. But there's something the public doesn't know." The cyclist winked. "This will be our little secret, yes? You see, this stunt requires total concentration, which can be very intimidating since it's nearly impossible for me to clear my mind of random thoughts. Plus, the greatest danger comes from losing my balance if I were to start looking around, but I have a wonderful strategy to avoid this. I choose one spot in the auditorium and focus all my attention there. The first time I rode in this hall, I used you as my spot, and then you were here again the following evening, and the next, At the next show, the Madman sat in his usual seat, and a hush fell over the excited fans when the cyclist made his entrance. He was only a black speck standing high above the audience. Two men held his bicycle as the daredevil gripped the handlebars, stared out over the heads of the crowd, and shouted the signal. The men gave him a shove, and at that instant, the Madman stood up and walked to the opposite side of the box. The audience screamed as the cyclist and his bike shot off the track and plunged into the crowd. The Madman put on his coat, smoothed his hat against one sleeve, and left. Considering I will die tonight, I'm writing this under significant distress. I am broke and at the end of my drug supply. It's the only thing that makes life bearable. I cannot stand this torture any longer. I'll jump out of this attic window and into the dirty street below. Do not think I'm weak or a degenerate just because of my addiction to morphine. When you've read these hastily scrawled words, you might begin to see why my only options are to forget or to die. But you will never be able to fully understand. Our cargo ship was attacked by a German sea raider on one of the most secluded parts of the Pacific. It was at the beginning of the Great War, and the Hun's naval forces were still at full strength. Our ship was a noteworthy prize, and the crew were treated with fairness and consideration as war prisoners. Our captors soon grew too comfortable, and 5 days later, I managed to escape in a small boat with enough food and water to last a good while. When I was finally free, I had no idea where I was. I have never been a good navigator. Based on the sun and stars, I guessed that I was somewhat south of the equator, but I did not know the longitude, and there was no island or coast in sight. The weather was fair, and I drifted aimlessly under the scorching sun for countless days, while waiting to see land or a ship. But neither appeared. I became depressed as I floated alone across the endless blue sea. The change happened while I slept, but I'll never know how. Though my sleep was filled with troubled dreams, it was uninterrupted. When I finally woke, it was to find myself half sucked into a slimy swampland of hellish black sludge that extended as far as I could see, and my boat was grounded in the distance. Though one might expect my first reaction to be shock at the extremely surprising change of scenery, I was actually more terrified than anything. There was a sinister quality in the air and putrid soil that chilled me to my core. The ground was littered with rotting fish and indescribable things that stuck out from the nasty mud. Mere words cannot express the unspeakable horrors found in the absolute silence of vast, empty spaces. There was nothing to see or hear except for an endless sea of black slime. Yet the landscape's monotony and total stillness filled me with a nauseating fear. The sun was blazing, and the cruel, cloudless sky was almost black, as if it were reflecting the inky ground. As I crawled into my stranded boat, I realized there was only one theory that could explain my situation. Through some kind of volcanic eruption, a portion of the ocean floor must have been thrown to the surface, exposing areas that had remained hidden for millions of years. The new land was so large that I couldn't hear the surging ocean, no matter how hard I listened. There were no birds eating the dead things either. I sat in the boat, thinking and sulking for several hours. Now that it was laid on its side, the boat offered some shade from the sun. As the day progressed, the ground became less sticky, and it seemed like it would dry enough to travel for a short time. I slept little that night, and the next day, I packed my food and water in preparation for a journey. I planned to set out on foot in search of the missing sea and possible rescue. On the third morning, the soil was dry enough to walk easily. The stench of the fish was maddening, but I had much bigger concerns and boldly continued my adventure. All day, I marched west using the highest mound on the rolling landscape as my guide. That night, I made camp, and the following day, I continued walking toward the mound. It hardly seemed any closer than on day one. By the fourth evening, I made it to the bottom and realized the mound was much taller than it appeared from a distance. Too exhausted to climb up, I slept in the hill's shadow. I do not know why my dreams were so wild that night, but I woke in a cold sweat when the half-full moon was high above the eastern plain. I decided to stay awake. The things I saw were too horrible to relive, and in the moon's glow, I realized how unwise it had been to travel by day. Without the parching sun's glare, my journey would have cost less energy. Now, I felt quite able to make the climb that discouraged me at sunset. Retrieving my pack, I started up the mound. I've said the unbroken monotony of the rolling plain was horrifying, but I was even more frightened when I reached the summit. Down the other side, I saw an immeasurable pit, but the moon was not yet high enough to light up its black crevices. It felt like I was on the edge of the world, looking over the rim into the infinite chaos of eternal night. Mixed in with my terror were odd memories of paradise lost and Satan's hideous climb through the realms of darkness. As the moon rose higher, I began to see the valley's slopes were not quite as perpendicular as I imagined. Ledges and rock protrusions provided fairly easy footholds for climbing down, and after a few 100 feet, the drop lessened gradually. Urged on by an impulse I cannot explain, I scrambled down the rocks and stood on the gentler slope beneath, gazing into the black depths where the light had yet to reach. Suddenly, I noticed a huge object on the steep slope opposite my position, and it gleamed white in the moon's rays. I reassured myself it was only a gigantic piece of stone, but I was aware that its shape and location were not nature's doing. A closer inspection filled me with sensations I cannot express. Despite its enormous size and the fact that it sat at the bottom of the sea since the world was young, I knew without a doubt it was a statue. Living and thinking creatures had worked on, and perhaps even worshipped, this massive object. Though dazed and frightened, I felt a certain thrill of scientific delight as I examined my surroundings more closely. The moon, now near its highest point, shined weirdly and vividly above the towering peaks surrounding the valley. It revealed a body of water flowing at the bottom, winding out of sight in both directions and almost lapping my feet on the slope. Across the chasm, the waves washed the base of the ancient statue, and I could see traces of inscriptions and crude sculptures. The hieroglyphics were unknown to me, and unlike anything I'd ever seen in books. They mostly consisted of conventional aquatic symbols such as fish, eels, octopi, crustaceans, mollusks, and whales. Several characters obviously represented marine life unknown to the modern world, but I witnessed many of their decomposing bodies along my journey. Thanks to their enormous size, a group of statues were plainly visible on the other side of the valley. I think these things were meant to resemble men, The creatures appeared to be worshipping some kind of monolithic shrine that was also beneath the waves. I dare not speak of their features in detail. The mere thought of it makes me feel faint. They were more grotesque than even Poe could imagine. Their general shapes were unquestionably human, despite having webbed hands and feet, wide, flabby lips, bulging eyes, and other unpleasant features. They were also carved out of proportion with their background. One of the creatures was in the process of killing a whale that was only a little larger than itself. After a moment's thought, I decided they must be the imaginary gods of some primitive tribe, one whose last descendant died ages before the first Neanderthal were born. This unexpected glimpse into the past was far beyond what any anthropologist could dare to imagine. I stood there, contemplating this while the moon cast strange reflections on the silent waters before me. Then, I suddenly saw something giant and repulsive emerge from the dark waters. Only a slight ripple indicated its rise to the surface. The nightmarish monster darted to the monolith and flung its enormous, scaly arms around it, while bowing its hideous head and crying. I think I went mad. I don't remember much of my frantic climb up the slope or delirious journey back to the boat. I believe I sang a lot and laughed when I was unable to sing. I have partial memories of a big storm happening at some point after reaching the boat. I know I heard thunder, and the other sounds seemed to also be from bad weather. The next time I woke, I was in a San Francisco hospital. I'd been brought there by the captain of an American ship that found my boat in the middle of the ocean. I said many things in my delirious state, but no one paid any attention to my words. The people who rescued me knew nothing about the landmass in the Pacific, and I decided not to bother them with it. Eventually, I asked a respected professor who specialized in ancient societies a few questions about the Philistine legend of Dagon, the fish god. But I gave up soon after his conservative beliefs became obvious. At night, especially when the moon is half full, I still see that thing. I tried morphine, but it only provides temporary relief, and it has turned me into a hopeless slave. Now that I've written a full account to inform or amuse my fellow man, I will end it all. I often ask myself if it could have been pure fantasy, a heat stroke-induced hallucination as I laid raving in the boat after my escape. But I always see the same hideously vivid vision in reply. I cannot think of the deep sea without shivering at the nameless things that may be crawling on its slimy bottom, worshipping their ancient stone idols, and carving their own disgusting images on giant slabs of submerged granite. I dream of a day when they might rise above the waters to drag the puny remnants of mankind down in their horrible talons. Of a day when the land will sink and the ocean's dark floor will rise among universal chaos. The end is near. I hear a noise at the door, as if some giant slippery body is moving against it. It will not find me. God, that hand. The window. The window. The Call of Cthulhu, written by H.P. Lovecraft. Part 1. The Horror in Clay. I think the most merciful thing in the world is the inability of the human mind to connect all its contents. We live on a peaceful island of ignorance in the middle of an infinite black sea, and we were not meant to travel far. The sciences each struggle along in their own direction, and they've done us little harm so far. But someday, they will uncover terrifying aspects of reality and reveal our fragile position within it. We will either go crazy from the knowledge or flee into the safety of a new dark age. Theosophists have speculated at the grandeur of the universe, of our world, where the human race carries out their short lives. They've hinted at strange things surviving a long-ago age, things that would freeze your blood if not disguised with optimism. Yet they were not the ones who showed me a glimpse into a forbidden age that chills me to think of and maddens me to dream of. The dreaded glimpse came from accidentally piecing together an old newspaper article with the dead professor's notes. I hope no one else will ever come to this realization. If I survive, I'll never share a word of this hideous knowledge. I believe the professor also intended to keep the information a secret. He probably would have destroyed his notes had he not died so suddenly. I learned the first piece of the puzzle in the winter of 1926 and 27, when my grand uncle passed away at the age of 92. He was George Gamble Angel, a professor of Semitic languages at Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island. The professor was widely known as an authority on ancient inscriptions, and he often advised the heads of predominant museums. He was remembered by many when he passed, but the locals' interest was intensified due to the obscure way he died. The professor was returning from the Newport boat when witnesses say he suddenly fell after a black sailor bumped into him. The man came from one of the strange dark passages on the hillside that form a shortcut from the waterfront to the professor's home on William Street. Doctors were unable to find any visible cause, but after a perplexed debate, they concluded a heart lesion was caused by the elderly man's brisk climb up a steep hill. At the time, I saw no reason to disagree with this conclusion, but now I'm not so sure. My granduncle died a childless widower, which makes me his heir. Since I was expected to review his papers thoroughly, I moved all of his files and boxes to my Boston home. Many of the materials will be published in the American Archaeological Society, but there was one box that I found exceedingly curious, and I felt strongly averse to sharing its contents with anyone. It was locked, and I did not find the key until examining the ring my uncle always carried. Once open, I discovered another locked barrier. What could be the meaning behind the odd clay sculpture, obscure notes, and random articles? Had my uncle become gullible in his later years, I decided to find the eccentric sculptor who preyed on the old man's peace of mind. The sculpture was a rough rectangle, obviously modern, less than an inch thick and 5 by 6 inches in area. However, its design was far more modern. Although there are many wild, unusual hieroglyphs, they do not recreate the cryptic regularity usually seen in prehistoric writings. The bulk of the markings did seem to be writing, though. Despite being similar with my uncle's papers, I failed to recognize the language or what it could be affiliated with. Above these hieroglyphics was a clearly important figure. Though the design was rough and unclear, it was a monster that only a sick mind could imagine. My extravagant imagination produces pictures of an octopus, dragon, a human caricature. A pulpy, tentacled head sat atop a grotesque, scaled body with rudimentary wings, but it was the general outline of the whole thing that made it so shockingly frightful. In the background was the vague suggestion of Cyclopean architecture. Aside from a stack of newspaper clippings, the papers that came with this oddity were in Professor Angel's handwriting. What seemed to be the main document was titled CTHULHU Cult in carefully printed letters. The manuscript was divided into two sections. The first was labeled 1925, Dream and Dream Work of H.A. Wilcox, 7 Thomas Street, Providence, Rhode Island, and the second, Narrative of Inspector John R. LeGras, 121 Bainville Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, at 1908 AAS meeting. Notes on same and Professor Webb's account. The other manuscript papers were all brief notes. Some detailed strange dreams from different people, and some were quotes from theosophical books and magazines, such as W. Scott Eliot's Atlantis and the Lost Lemuria. The rest comment on ancient secret societies and hidden cults. They reference mythological and anthropological source books such as Fraser's Golden Bough and Miss Murray's Witch Cult in Western Europe. The clippings mostly hint to weird mental illnesses and outbreaks of group mania in the spring of 1925. The first half of the main manuscript told a very peculiar tale. On March 1st, 1925, a thin, dark young man who appeared both deranged and excited came to Professor Angel with the clay sculpture. At the time, it was still very damp and fresh. The man's card read Henry Anthony Wilcox, and my uncle recognized him as the youngest son of an excellent family. He was studying sculpture at the Rhode Island School of Design and currently living alone at the Fleur de Lis building near the school. Wilcox was a precocious youth, well known for his intelligence and eccentricity. Since childhood, he knew how to gain attention through telling weird stories and odd dreams. He called himself psychically hypersensitive, but the serious-minded folk dismissed him as merely strange, never socializing with others of his station. He gradually dropped from the social eye and was now known only to a small group of art enthusiasts from other towns. Even the Providence Art Club, anxious to preserve its conservative reputation, found him quite hopeless. During his visit, Wilcox requested my uncle's help in identifying the sculpture's hieroglyphics. He spoke in a dreamy, strained manner that made him difficult to understand, and my uncle replied harshly because he could clearly see how fresh the item was. However, the young man's reply impressed my uncle enough to make him write it down, verbatim. It was fantastically poetic and set the tone for their whole conversation. I, myself, now find it highly characteristic of him. He said, "It is new, indeed, for I made it last night in a dream of strange cities, and dreams are older than the brooding Tyre, the contemplative Sphinx, or the garden-girdled Babylon." Then he began telling a story that reminded my uncle of a forgotten memory, and he became interested. There had been a slight earthquake tremor the night before, the most considerable in New England for some years, and Wilcox's imagination was greatly affected by it. Upon going to sleep, he had an unprecedented dream of great cyclopean cities, Titan blocks and sky-high monoliths, all dripping with green ooze and sinister with dormant horror. Hieroglyphics covered the walls and pillars, and from some undetermined point below came a voice that was not a voice, a chaotic sensation that only one's imagination could translate into sound, but he attempted to pronounce the almost unpronounceable jumble of letters. Cthulhu, Aflakin. This verbal jumble was the key to remembering what excited and disturbed Professor Angel. That night, after awaking suddenly, He questioned the sculptor at length. Chilled and still wearing his pajamas, he studied the sculpture with an almost frantic intensity. Wilcox later said that my uncle blamed his old age for his slowness in recognizing both hieroglyphics and pictures. Many of his questions seemed highly unusual to the young man, especially the ones where he was trying to connect the design with cults or societies. Wilcox certainly did not understand why my uncle was continuously promising to remain silent if he admitted to being a member of some widespread mythological religious group. When Professor Angel became convinced the sculptor was truly ignorant of any cult or cryptic lore, he adamantly insisted the young man return to report any future dreams as well, and this proved to bring regular information. After this first meeting, the manuscript tells of daily reports where Wilcox told of new, startling dream fragments, each containing some terrible cyclopean vista of dark and dripping stone, with a subterranean voice or intelligence shouting in gibberish. The two sounds repeated most often are those made by the letters CTHULHU and RILYE. On March 23rd, Wilcox failed to appear. My uncle went to his home where he learned the young man had developed an obscure fever, and then traveled to his family home on Waterman Street. He had cried out in the night, waking several other artists in the building, and he had been deliriously drifting in and out of consciousness ever since. Professor Angel immediately telephoned the family and kept a close watch over the case, often calling the Thayer Street office of Dr. Toby. Wilcox's feverish mind was apparently dwelling on strange things, and the doctor shuddered as he spoke of them. They included not only a repetition of what he had dreamed before, but they also wildly touched on the gigantic thing, miles high, that walked about. He never fully described it, but occasionally, frantic words convinced the professor it must be the nameless monstrosity, the one he tried to depict in his dream sculpture. This object was always referenced before the young man would collapse. His temperature was not that high, but his condition as a whole suggested a true fever rather than a mental disorder. On April 2nd at 3 p.m., all traces of Wilcox's illness suddenly vanished. He sat upright, astonished to find himself at home, and he was completely ignorant of anything that happened in his dreams or reality since the night of March 22nd. After being pronounced well by the doctor 3 days later, he returned home. But he was of no further use to Professor Angel. The strange dreams had completely vanished with his recovery, and after a week of recording pointless details, my uncle stopped writing them down. The first part of the manuscript ended here, but there were references of scattered notes that gave me much to think about. So much, in fact, that the only reason I still distrusted the artist was because of my own skepticism. The notes described various other people's dreams during the same period as Wilcox's. My uncle questioned each of them at length and asked for nightly reports of their dreams, along with the dates of any notable visions. The reactions to his requests varied, but he received more responses than any ordinary man could handle without a secretary. He did not save the original correspondence, but his notes formed a thorough account. The average people of society, New England's salt-of-the-earth types, gave an almost completely negative response. Scattered cases of formless, uneasy dreams appeared here and there, but always during the period of Wilcox's delirium. Scientific men were much the same, though 4 vaguely described glimpses of strange landscapes, and in one case, a dread of something abnormal. The real answers came from artists and poets, and had they been able to compare notes, panic would surely have ensued. Lacking their original letters, I half suspected my uncle asked leading questions or edited the correspondences to match what he was determined to see. This is why I continued to feel Wilcox was somehow aware of my uncle's information and only trying to fool the veteran scientists. Yet the responses from artists told a disturbing story. From February 28th to April 2nd, a large portion of them dreamed very bizarre things, the intensity of which grew immeasurably during Wilcox's delirium. Over a fourth of those reported scenes and sounds were not unlike the ones Wilcox described. Some confessed an intense fear of the gigantic, nameless thing at the end. One case, which the note describes with emphasis, was very sad. The subject was a widely known architect with some inclinations toward the occult. He went violently insane on the day of Wilcox's seizure, and he died several months later, after incessantly screaming to be saved from an escaped hell demon. Had my uncle referred to these cases by name instead of number, I would have tried to speak to the witnesses myself. As it was, I only found a few, but they all reviewed the notes in full. I have often wondered if each of the professor's subjects were as puzzled by his questions as these few were. It is good that no explanation will ever reach them. The newspaper clippings mention cases of panic, mania, eccentricity during that time frame. Professor Angel must have used a paper cutter, for there was a tremendous number of articles from around the world. There was a night suicide in London, where a lone sleeper jumped from a window after a shocking cry. A ranting letter to a South American paper claimed that a fanatic dreamed of a horrible future. A letter from California describes a Theosophist colony that wears white robes for some glorious fulfillment that never arrives. Items from India speak of serious native unrest toward the end of March. Voodoo orgies multiply in Haiti. The African outposts report ominous whispers. American officers in the Philippines find certain tribes bothersome, and New York policemen are mobbed by hysterical Levantins on the night of March 22nd and 23rd. Western Ireland is full of wild rumors, and a fantastic painter named Ardas Monet hangs a blasphemous dream landscape in the Paris Spring Salon of 1926. There are numerous troubles in insane asylums. Only a miracle could have stopped the medical community from noting strange similarities and coming to their own mystified conclusions. All told, it is a weird bunch of clippings. I can hardly imagine what line of thought caused me to set them aside, but I was still convinced Wilcox knew more than he claimed. Part 2. The Tale of Inspector Legras. The events in the second half of the manuscript took place before Wilcox had his dreams, or made his sculpture. It appears Professor Angel had already seen images of the nameless monstrosity in hieroglyphics, and he had heard of the term CTHULHU. It is no wonder he pursued Wilcox, demanding answers. The earliest experience came 17 years prior, in 1908. When the American Archaeological Society held its annual meeting in St. Louis. Professor Angel, as a well-respected man with many achievements, played an important part in the deliberations. He was also one of the first to be approached by a group of outsiders who came specifically to take advantage of the experts' knowledge. Their leader soon became the focus of the entire meeting. He was a common-looking middle-aged man who traveled all the way from New Orleans in search of answers. His name was John Raymond Legras, and he was a police inspector. He brought along a repulsive, ancient stone statuette whose origin he could not determine. Do not think that Inspector Legras had any interest in archaeology. His inquiries were purely professional. The idol had been found months earlier while raiding a voodoo meeting in the wooded swamps of South New Orleans. The rites connected with it were so hideous that the police realized they'd stumbled onto a totally unknown cult who were indefinitely more diabolical than the darkest African voodoo circles. Apart from the erratic and unbelievable tales told by the captured members, nothing was discovered of its origin. Hence the inspector's desperation for any help in identifying the symbol and tracking down the cult's leader. Inspector Legras was hardly prepared for the sensation his item created. One sight of it was enough to throw the assembly into a state of tense excitement, and they quickly crowded around to gaze at the small, strange figure, one that hinted at undiscovered archaic vistas. The origin of the terrible object was impossible to determine, yet it seemed to record thousands of years in its dim green surface. The figure was slowly passed around for careful study. It was between 7 and 8 inches tall and made with exquisite workmanship. It appeared to be a monster with a vaguely human outline and an octopus-like head whose face was a mass of tentacles. It had a scaly, rubbery body with massive claws on its feet and long, narrow wings. This thing seemed naturally frightening and malignant as it squatted on a rectangular pedestal covered with undecipherable hieroglyphs. The tips of the wings touched the back edge of the block. The pedestal was in the center, and the long, curved claws of its folded hind legs gripped the front edge, extending a quarter way down the pedestal. The cephalopod's head was bent forward so that its facial feelers brushed the back of its huge forepaws, clasping its knees. Its mysterious origin only added another, more subtle layer of fear. Its incalculable age was unmistakable, yet it did not share a single link with any known type of artwork. The very material was a mystery. The soapy, greenish black stone, with its golden flecks and striations, resembled nothing familiar to geology or mineralogy. The characters along the base were equally confusing. Even at a gathering with half of the world's experts, no one could guess the linguistics. The material belonged to something horribly remote and separate from mankind, something frightfully suggestive of old, unhallowed life cycles, which have no place in our world or minds. While most members shook their heads in defeat, there was one man who seemed bizarrely familiar with the monstrous writing, and he shyly shared what little he knew. This person was the now late William Channing Webb, professor of anthropology at Princeton University and a well-known explorer. 48 years prior, Professor Webb traveled across Greenland and Iceland in search of runic inscriptions. But he did not find any. While high up on the West Greenland coast, he encountered a tribe of corrupted Eskimo who practiced a curious form of devil worship. And they chilled him with their deliberate bloodthirstiness. Other Eskimos knew little about their religion, but they shuddered when it was mentioned, saying it originated eons before the world was made. Besides nameless rites and human sacrifices, there were strange hereditary rituals addressed to a supreme elder devil. Professor Webb learned the ritual chant from an old wizard priest who wrote the phonetic spelling in Roman letters to the best of his ability. This cult worshipped a monstrous image. They cherished it and danced around it when the aura rose higher over the ice cliffs. It was a crude stone sculpture consisting of a hideous picture and cryptic writing, much like the one they now studied in the meeting. The assembly was astonished, and this information was doubly exciting to Inspector Legras, who immediately began questioning the man. Remembering one of the swamp cultist rituals, he pleaded for the professor to recall the phrase used by the Eskimos. After exhaustively comparing notes, an odd silence followed as it was agreed that both cults chanted the same one to their idols. It was something like, Vinu Magnafne Cthulhu Relia Magnafnen. Legras was one step ahead of Professor Webb, for several of his prisoners revealed the translation they learned from older members. It means, in his house, at real yea dead, Cthulhu waits dreaming. The assembly was eager to hear Inspector Legras' full story, and my uncle attached special significance to it. On November 1st, 1907, the New Orleans police received a frantic message from the swamp county to the south. The squatters there were mostly primitive but good-natured. They were terrified, though, of something that came over them in the night. Apparently it was some kind of terrible voodoo that they had never seen before. Some of the women and children had disappeared since the malevolent drumming began beating in the black, haunted woods. No one dared go there. Screams, soul-chilling chants, and dancing devil flames came from those woods, and the people could take no more. 20 police filled 2 carriages and an automobile before sitting out in the late afternoon with a shivering squatter guiding their way. When the road ended, they continued in silence through miles of terrible cypress woods where the sun never shone. Ugly roots and hanging nooses of Spanish moss plagued them. Sometimes a pile of damp stones formed a rotting wall where every malformed tree and island of fungus combined. When they finally reached the squatter settlement, they found a miserable huddle of huts, and hysterical residents gathered around the group of bobbing lanterns. The muffled beats of drums was now faintly audible far ahead, and curdling shrieks came at infrequent intervals as the wind shifted. A reddish glare filtered through the pale undergrowth beyond the endless forest, and the terrified squatters refused to go any further. Inspector Legras and his 19 colleagues continued into the black arcade of horror without a guide. The area the police entered was one of evil reputation, formerly untraveled by white men. There were legends of a hidden lake, unseen by mortal eyes, that was said to be home to a huge, formless, white, pulpous thing with glowing eyes. Squatters whispered that bat-winged devils flew out of the earth's inner caverns to worship it at night. They also said that it had been there since before D'Iberville, before La Salle or the Indians, even before the birds and beasts. It was a nightmare itself, and to see it was to die, but it made men dream, so they knew to keep away. The latest voodoo orgy was on the border of this loathed area. The location was bad enough, but the actual place of worship terrified the squatters more than the shocking sounds and incidents. Only poetry or madness could accurately describe the noises that Legras' men heard as they marched through the black swamp toward the red glare and muffled drums. There are sounds that only men can make, and sounds that only animals can make. It is terrible to hear one coming from the other. Furious animal and orgy sounds rose to demonic heights, with howls echoing through the dark forest, like a pestilent hellstorm. Occasionally, the less composed wails would stop and form a well-rehearsed chorus of hoarse voices chanting, Vinu Magnafne Cthulhu Relia Magnafnen. Having reached a spot where the trees were thinner, the men suddenly saw the spectacle. 4 of them stumbled, 1 fainted, and 2 let out frantic cries that deadened the sounds from the orgy. The Graw splashed swamp water onto the faces of the fainted men, and though they all rose, they continued to tremble in horror. They stood in an acre-wide clearing on a nearly dry, grassy island where a horde of humans twisted their naked bodies together. The pile of flesh was neighing, bellowing, and writhing near a monstrous bonfire. In the center stood an 8-foot-tall granite monolith, and on top of it sat a toxic sculpture. 10 scaffolds were placed at regular intervals to form a wide circle around the flame, and from them hung the oddly disfigured bodies of the helpless missing squatters. Inside the circle, worshippers jumped and roared in endless reverie. Whether it was his imagination or an echo, one Spaniard thought that he'd heard musical responses to the ritual from a dark spot deeper within the woods. I later met and questioned this man, Joseph D. Galvez, claimed to have heard the faint sound of giant flapping wings and to have caught a glimpse of shining eyes atop a mountainous white bulk. But I believe he's heard too much native superstition. The horrified pause of Legras' men was brief. Duty came first, though there must have been nearly 100 worshippers there. Relying on their firearms, the police plunged forward, and the resulting chaos was beyond description. Wild blows were struck, shots were fired, and escapes were made. But in the end, Legras had 47 sullen prisoners. They were forced to dress and lined up between 2 rows of policemen. 5 worshippers lay dead, and 2 severely wounded men were carried away on improvised stretchers. The horrendous sculpture was carefully removed and carried back to Legras. After a trip of intense strain and weariness, the prisoners were examined at headquarters where they all proved to be homosexual and of mixed race. Most were sailors, but the few who were African, Indian, or Portuguese descent made the diverse cult seem more in line with voodoo practices. Before too many questions were asked, it became obvious that something far deeper and older was involved. Though these worshippers were clearly ignorant, they held true to their beliefs with surprising consistency. They worshipped the great old ones from the sky. They came to our world when it was still young and lived ages before the first men. Those old ones are gone now, but they remain inside the earth, beneath the sea. Their dead bodies told secrets to the first men when they dreamed, and it was those men who formed this cult. The prisoners said that it had always existed and always would, just hidden in the distant wastes of our world, until the great priest Cthulhu is ready to rise from his dark house in his mighty city of Relie. Then he'll bring the earth beneath his sway again. Someday, when the stars are ready, he will call, and the secret cult will be waiting to liberate him. Meanwhile, there was an even more sinister secret, which not even torture could extract. Mankind was not the only intelligent life on Earth. There were shapes that came out of the darkness to visit the faithful few, but these were not the great old ones. No man had ever seen the old ones. The carved idol was great Cthulhu, but none could be sure if the others were exactly like him. No one could read the old writing, but things were passed down by word of mouth. The chanted ritual was not the secret to never utter aloud. Only 2 prisoners were sane enough to be hanged, and the rest were committed to various institutions. All of them denied participating in the murders. They each claimed that the killing was done by the black-winged ones. who came from the haunted woods. They could get no clear account of those mysterious winged ones, but a very old Spaniard named Castro claimed to have sailed to strange ports and talked with the undying cult leaders in the China mountains. Old Castro remembered bits of a hideous legend. For eons, other things ruled the earth, and they had great cities. Remnants of cyclopean stones are still found on the islands in the Pacific. They all died millennia before men came, but there are arts capable of reviving them when the stars align to the correct positions in the cycle of eternity. They themselves came from the stars and brought their images with them. The great old ones were not entirely flesh and bone. They had a shape, but that shape was not made of matter. When the stars were right, they could travel from world to world through the sky, but when the stars were wrong, they could not live. Although they no longer lived, they would never really die. They lay in stone houses in the great city of Relie, preserved by Cthulhu's spells for a glorious resurrection when the stars and earth are ready. An outside force must also physically liberate their bodies. The spells that preserved them likewise immobilized them. They could only lie awake in the darkness, thinking, while countless millennia passed. They knew all that happened in the universe and spoke telepathically. Even now, they talk in their tombs. Finally, when the first men came after infinities of chaos, the great old ones spoke to the sensitive ones by shaping their dreams. This was the only way they could convey their language to the fleshy minds of mammals. And those first men formed the cult around small idols. That cult would never die until the stars were right again. The secret priests would then take great Cthulhu from his tomb to revive his subjects, and he would resume his rule of the earth. The time will be easy to identify, for all mankind will become like the great old ones. They will be free and wild, beyond good and evil. Laws and morals will be thrown aside, and all men will shout, kill, and revel in the joy of it. Then, the liberated old ones will teach them new ways to enjoy themselves, and the earth will be engulfed in a fiery holocaust of ecstasy and freedom. Meanwhile, the cult must keep the memory of those ancient ways alive and spread the prophecy of their return. In the old days, these chosen men spoke with the entombed old ones in dreams. But then something happened. The great stone city of Relie sank beneath the waves with its tombs and monoliths, and the deep waters cut off their ghostly connection. However, their memories never faded, and high priests said the city would rise again. Then, black, moldy spirits would rise from the earth and lift the caverns from the sea floor. But old Castro would not say much on that topic. He quickly fell silent, and no amount of persuasion could get him to say more. He also refused to reveal the size of the old ones. As for the cult, he thought its heart to be in the deserts of Arabia, where the city of pillars, remains hidden and untouched. They were not allied with the European witch cult. They were virtually unknown beyond their members. No book hinted of it, though a Chinaman said that there were double meanings in the mad Arab Abdul al-Zared's Necronomicon, and that initiates could read it as they wished, especially the much-discussed couplet, quote, "That is not dead which can eternal life, and with strange eons even death may die." Legras, deeply impressed and bewildered, asked about the historic affiliations of the cult, and Castro told the truth about it being a secret. The authorities at Tulane University were unable to help the cult or the image, and now the detective had come to the highest authorities in the country and learned of Professor Webb's tale. The frenzied interest of Legras' story is echoed in letters written by those who attended, but there was no mention of it in formal publications. Caution is the first concern of those accustomed to facing frauds. Legras loaned the image to Professor Webb for some time, but it was returned after the professor's death. I viewed it not long ago. It is truly a terrible thing, and unmistakably related to Wilcox's dream sculpture. It was not surprising that my uncle grew excited by the tale. I wonder what he must have thought to hear Legras' tale, not yet knowing that he would one day meet a man who dreamed the exact same figure, hieroglyphs, and chant. Professor Angel's investigation was thorough, but I still privately suspected Wilcox knew of the cult and lied to heighten the mystery. The notes and news clippings were strong corroboration, but my rational mind and the subject's extravagance led me to what I thought was a sensible conclusion. After thoroughly studying the manuscript and comparing notes with the narrative from Legras, I visited Wilcox with the intention of scolding him for fooling an intelligent old man. He still lived alone in the Fleur-de-Lis building on Thomas Street. It is a hideous Victorian imitation of 17th century Breton architecture, with a stucco front, and it sits on the hill among colonial houses. I found him working in his room, and I immediately conceded his genius was authentic when I saw his work scattered around. I believe he will eventually be known as one of the greats when he masters creating these nightmares and fantasies from marble rather than clay. Dark, frail, and somewhat unkempt in appearance, Wilcox turned slowly at my knock and asked my business without rising. When I told him who I was, he displayed more interest. My uncle had struck his curiosity, but never explained the reason for his study into the young man's dreams, and I did not elaborate on that reason either. In a short time, I became convinced of the artist's sincerity. He spoke about the dreams in a way that no one could mistake. The events subconsciously made profound influences on his work, and he showed me a morbid statue whose shape made me shudder at its black suggestion. He could not recall seeing the original model, except in his own dreams, and the outline had unconsciously formed beneath his hands. I had no doubt it was the giant shape that he raved of in his delirium. It was obvious that he knew nothing of the hidden cult, except what my uncle's relentless questions told him. So, again, I tried to think of a way that he could have such knowledge. He talked of his dreams in a strangely poetic way, one that allowed me to see the damp cyclopean city of slimy green stone, whose geometry was all wrong, and to hear the endless half-crazed calling from underground, "Cthulhu, Cthulhu." These words formed part of the dreaded ritual that says dead Cthulhu dreams in his stone vault in Rillier. And I felt deeply moved, despite my rational beliefs. I was sure that Wilcox heard of the cult in some casual way, but innocently forgot it among the mass of equally weird things that he read and fantasized about. Later, it simply found its way into his dreams and influenced his work on the statue. The young man was both pretentious and ill-mannered, a type I could never like, but I now believed he was honest, and I left wishing him all the success his talent promised. The matter of the cult still fascinated me, and sometimes I envisioned gaining notoriety from discovering its origin. I visited New Orleans, talked with Legras and others from that raiding party, saw the frightful image for myself, and questioned the surviving mongrel prisoners. Unfortunately, old Castro had died many years prior, but what I learned excited me and confirmed my uncle's suspicions. I was on the trail of a secret, ancient religion whose discovery would make me a reputed anthropologist. One thing I now know to be a fact is that my uncle was murdered. He fell on a narrow street swarming with foreign mongrels after being pushed by a sailor. I did not forget the characteristics of the Louisiana cult members, and I would not be surprised to learn of secret killing methods with poisoned needles. It is true that Legras and his men have been left alone, but in Norway, a sailor who saw things is dead. Is it possible that after learning the sculptor's information, my uncle's deeper inquiries were overheard? I think Professor Angel died because he knew too much, or because he was likely to learn too much. I have not decided if I will continue, for I have also learned much from this endeavor. Part 3. The Madness from the Sea. If heaven were to grant me a wish, I would want to erase the moment I saw that random piece of paper on the shelf. It was nothing I would have stumbled across naturally. It was a page from an old Australian journal, the Sydney Bulletin. April 18th, 1925. It even escaped the cutting board which my uncle used enthusiastically when collecting research materials. I focused my inquiries on what Professor Angel called the Cthulhu cult, while revisiting an educated friend in Paterson, New Jersey. He was the curator of a local museum and a well-known mineralogist with connections all over the world. One day, while examining the reserve specimens in the back of the museum, I noticed an old piece of paper lying under the stones. It was the Sydney Bulletin, and it contained a picture of a hideous stone figure that was almost identical to the one Legras had found in the swamp. I cleared the paper of debris and eagerly read every word, but I was disappointed by its short length. It was ominously relevant to our mystery, and read as follows. Mystery derelict found at sea. Vigilante arrives with helpless armed New Zealand yacht in tow. One survivor and one dead man found aboard. Tale of desperate battle and deaths at sea. Rescued seaman refuses to speak of strange experience. Odd idol found in his possession. Inquiry to follow. The Morrison Co's freighter, Vigilante, arrived in Darling Harbor this morning. It was coming from Valparaiso and towing a disabled but heavily armed yacht, the Alert, from Dunedin, New Zealand. The Alert was discovered on April 12th in south latitude 34 degrees, 21 west longitude 152 degrees, 17. The Vigilante left on March 25th, and on April 2nd, heavy storms and monster waves drove her south of her course. On April 12th, the Alert was found, and though it was apparently deserted, there was one half-delirious survivor and one week-old corpse aboard. The survivor was clutching a horrible, foot-tall stone idol of unknown origin. The authorities at Sydney University at Royal Society and the Museum of College Street are completely baffled. It was found in the yacht's cabin inside a small carved shrine. After recovering his senses, he told an exceedingly strange story of pirates and slaughter. His name was Gustav Johansen, and he was a somewhat intelligent Norwegian. He was also the second mate on the two-masted schooner, the Emma, from Auckland. On February 20th, the Emma set sail to Callao with 11 men, but she was delayed and thrown south of her course by a great storm on March 1st. On March 22nd, in south latitude 49 degrees 51 west longitude 128 degrees 34, the Emma encountered the Alert. which was manned by a strange and evil-looking crew of Pacific Islanders and other foreigners. Captain Collins refused orders to turn back, and without warning, the pirates ruthlessly opened fire with heavy brass cannons. The Emma's men fought, and even though they began sinking, the crew managed to pull alongside the savages and board their vessel. They fought on the yacht's deck and were forced to kill every pirate. Their enemies had superior numbers, but they were clumsy fighters. 3 of the Emma's men, including Captain Collins and First Mate Green, were killed, and the remaining 8 proceeded in their original direction under Second Mate Johansson's command. The next day, they claimed to have landed on a small island, though none are known to exist in that part of the ocean. 6 men somehow died ashore, and Johansson is strangely withdrawn about this part of the story. He would only say that they fell into a chasm. Later, he and William Bryden reboarded the yacht, but it was too much for 2 men to handle. They were thrown around by the storm on April 2nd, and he does not remember much else until he was rescued on the 12th, nor does he recall when William died. Bryden's cause of death was undeterminable, but it was probably due to fear or exposure. News from Dunedin stated that the Alert was well known as an island trader, and it had an evil reputation along the waterfront. It was owned by a curious group of hybrids who held frequent night meetings in the woods, and this attracted much curiosity. They'd set sail in a hurry just after the storm and earthquakes on March 1st. The same news source also said that the Emma's crew had an excellent reputation. Johansson is described as a sober and worthy man. Tomorrow, the courts will begin an inquiry into the matter, and every effort will be made to convince Johansson to reveal more. This was all it said, but it started a train of ideas in my mind. I had discovered new information about the cult along with evidence that it holds strange connections to both the sea and the land. What prompted the hybrid crew to attack the Emma as they sailed around with their hideous idol? What was on the unknown island where 6 of the Emma's men died? What was the deal with the noxious cult in Dunedin? And most marvelous of all, what connection of dates gave an undeniable significance to the events carefully noted by my uncle? March 1st. Which was our February 28th according to the international dateline. There was an earthquake and a storm. The Alert and her noisy crew hurried on their way, and on the other side of the world, poets and artists began dreaming of a strange, damp, cyclopean city, while a young sculptor molded the form of Cthulhu in his sleep. On March 23rd, the Emma's crew landed on an unknown island where they left 6 men dead, and the sensitive men had vivid dreams darkened with the dread of a giant monster's pursuit. All while an architect went mad and a sculptor slipped into delirium. There was a storm on April 2nd, the same date that the dreams finally stopped, and Wilcox emerged from his strange fever. Then, when we had Castro's hints about the star-born old ones and their coming reign, their faithful cult and their mastery of dreams. Was I tottering on the brink of cosmic horrors beyond a man's power to handle? If so, they must be horrors of the mind, because somehow the events of that day put an end to the monstrous siege of mankind's soul. That evening, I said goodbye to my host and took a train to San Francisco. In less than a month, I was in Dunedin, but little was known of the strange cult members who lingered in the old sea taverns. Waterfront scum was too common to take special note of, but there was vague talk about a trip inland, where faint drumming and red flames were seen in the distant hills. In Auckland, I learned that Johansson returned with his yellow hair turned white after an inconclusive questioning in Sydney. After returning, he stopped speaking of his experience, sold his cottage on West Street, and returned to Oslo with his wife. His friends were able to give me his new address, but not much more. Next, I went to Sydney, where I spoke to sailors and members of the court, but I learned nothing. I saw the alert at Circular Quay in Sydney Cove, but she had been sold onto commercial use. The crouching image with its cuttlefish head, dragon body, scaly wings, and hieroglyphed pedestal was preserved in the Hyde Park Museum. I studied it long and hard, finding it a thing of exquisite workmanship and mysterious, unearthly material, which I also noticed about Legras' smaller specimen. The curator said geologists thought of it as a monstrous puzzle. They vowed that there were no other rocks like it. I shuddered, thinking of what old Castro told Legras about the primal great ones. They came from the stars and brought their images with them. Shaking with a mental revulsion, I resolved to visit Johansen in Oslo. To reach London was a long journey, but one autumn day, I finally landed at the wharves in the shadow of Egberg. Johansen's address lay in Old Town of King Harald Harada, which kept the name Oslo alive during the centuries when the greater city masqueraded as Christina. I took a taxi, and with a racing heart, I knocked on the door of an ancient building. A sad-faced woman in black answered the door, and I was stung with disappointment to learn Gustav Johansen was dead. The events at sea had broken him. His wife knew no more than the public, but he left a long manuscript of technical matters, written in English to protect them from casual readers. While walking through a narrow lane near Gothenburg dock, a bundle of papers fell from an attic window and knocked Johansen down. 2 Indian sailors immediately helped him up, but he collapsed shortly after and died before the ambulance arrived. Doctors found no conclusive cause of death and blamed it on heart trouble. I felt a gnawing, dark terror that will never leave me until I too am dead, accidentally or otherwise. I managed to convince the widow to give me her husband's manuscript, and I began reading it on the London boat. It was a simple, rambling document, a naive sailor's attempt to create a diary after the fact. He did his best to remember the day-to-day events during the last voyage. It is too redundant to transcribe verbatim, but I'll give a summary that shows why the sound of water lapping against the boat became so unbearable that I stuffed cotton into my ears. Johansen, thank God, did not know everything. He only saw the city and the monster, but I'll never sleep calmly again. It is impossible, now that I know what horrors are lurking in time and space, the unholy blasphemies from elder stars that dream beneath the sea, horrors known and favored by a nightmare cult, ready and eager to set them free. When another earthquake heaves their stone city into the sun again. Johansen's voyage began just as he told the authorities. The Emma cleared Auckland on February 20th, and it felt the earthquake's resulting storm in full force, which must have freed the horrors from the bottom of the sea. Once more under control, the ship made good progress until being held up by the alert on March 22nd. I could feel the man's regret as he wrote of her bombardment and shrinking. His words expressed significant fear of the alert's crew. There was a particularly abominable quality about them that made their destruction seem almost like a duty. Driven ahead in their captured yacht, the men saw a great stone pillar sticking out of the sea, and at south latitude 47 degrees, west longitude 126 degrees, they came upon a coastline of mud, ooze, and weedy cyclopean masonry, which could only be Earth's supreme terror. The corpse city of Rillier, built eons ago by the loathsome shapes that seeped down from the stars. There lay great Cthulhu and his hordes, hidden in their green, slimy vaults, and after countless cycles, he was finally sending fearful thoughts to the dreams of the sensitive, He was calling the faithful to come on a pilgrimage of liberation and restoration. Johansen didn't suspect any of this, but God knows he saw enough. A single mountaintop, the hideous monolith-crowned citadel where the great Cthulhu was buried, emerged from the waters. When I think of the extent of all that might be brooding down there, I almost want to kill myself. Johansen and his men were in awe of the Babylon's cosmic majesty, at the unbelievable size of its green stone blocks, the dizzying height of its carved monolith, and of how they matched the shrine found on the alert. They must have instinctively known it was not of our world. Without knowing what futurism is, Johansen achieved something very close to it when he spoke of the city. Instead of describing a definite structure of building, he dwelled on broad impressions of the vast angles and stone surfaces too great to belong to anything from Earth. I mention his description of the angles because it references something Wilcox said of his dreams. He said the geometry of the place he saw was abnormal and suggestive of dimensions separate from ours. Now, an uneducated seaman felt the same thing while gazing at the terrible reality. Johansen and his men landed at a slop mudbank on this monstrous acropolis and clambered over slippery, oozing blocks. The sun seemed distorted when viewed through the polarizing stench welling up from the sea-soaked perversion. A second glance at the elusive angles of carved rock showed concavity after the first showed convexity. A fright came over the explorers before anything more definite was seen. Each man would have fled had he not feared the scorn of the others. Instead, they half-heartedly searched for souvenirs. It was the Portuguese, Rodriguez, who climbed up the monolith foot and shouted that he found something. The rest followed and looked curiously at the immense carved door with the familiar, monstrous imagery. It was like a great barn door. They felt like it was a door because of the ordnate top, the threshold, and jambs around it. But they could not decide whether it lay flat like a trapdoor or slantwise like an outside cellar door. As Wilcox would have said, the geometry of the place was all wrong. One could not even be sure if the ground was horizontal, which made the relative position of everything else questionable. Bryden pushed at the stone in several places without result. Donovan delicately felt around the edges, pressing each point separately as he went. He climbed along the stone molding, and the men wondered how any door in the universe could be so vast. Then, very soft and slowly, the top of the panel began to give inward. Donovan slid himself along the jamb and rejoined his fellows, and everyone watched the strange recession of the portal. It moved in an unusual diagonal direction, making all rules of matter and perspective seem suspended. The opening was black, with an almost physical darkness, and that darkness was a positive quality. It obscured parts of the inner walls that would have burst forth from an eon-long imprisonment, darkening the sun as they flew away on membranous wings. The odor rising from the depths was intolerable, and Hawkins thought that he heard a nasty, slopping sound down there. Everyone was still listening when the source lumbered into a sight, and it squeezed its gelatinous green self through the doorway and into the tainted outside air of that poisonous city. Poor Johansen's handwriting almost gave out when he wrote this. Of the 6 men who never returned to the ship, he thinks 2 died of pure fright in that accursed moment. The thing cannot be described. There is no language for such an abyss of lunacy, such sinister contradictions of matter, force, and cosmic order. A mountain walked, by God. Then, around the world, an architect went mad, and poor Wilcox raved with a telepathic fever in the same instant. The green, sticky spawn of the stars awoke to claim its own. The stars were right again, and what an age-old colt failed to do on purpose, a band of innocent sailors did by accident. After countless years, the great Cthulhu was loose and hungry for delight. 3 men, Donovan, Guerra, and Engstrom. They were all swept up by flabby claws before anyone turned. May they rest in peace if there is any peace left in the universe. Parker slipped as the other 3 were plunging over endless vistas of green-crusted rock, and Johansson swears he was swallowed by an angle of masonry which shouldn't have been there, an acute angle that behaved as if it were obtuse. Only Bryden and Johansson got out. They made a desperate dash for the alert as the monster flopped down the slimy stones and hesitated at the edge of the water. The steam had not gone down entirely, but it only took a few moments of feverish rushing to get the alert underway. Slowly, among the horrors of that indescribable scene, she began to churn the lethal waters while the Titan drooled and babbled like Polypheme, cursing the fleeting ship of Odysseus. Then, bolder than the storied Cyclops, great Cthulhu slid into the water and began chasing them with vast strokes. Bryden looked back and went mad. He began laughing shrilly, and he continued laughing at odd intervals until he died. Johansson had not given up yet. Knowing the thing could overtake the alert until the steam reached full speed, he tried something desperate. Setting the engine for full speed, he ran onto the deck and reversed the wheel. The noisy waters began to violently swirl and foam, and as the steam mounted higher, the brave Norwegian drove his vessel straight toward the pursuing monster that rose above the froth, like the stern of a demon galleon. The awful squid's writhing feelers nearly reached the bowsprit of the sturdy yacht, but Johansson drove on relentlessly, straight through it. There was a bursting of slushy nastiness, a stench of 1,000 graves, a sound that the writer could not put on paper, and in an instant, the ship was fouled with an acrid, blinding green cloud. Then there was only a venomous seething at the back of the ship, where God in heaven, the scattered pieces of the nameless sky spawn, were forming, reforming, into its hateful original shape as the alert widened its distance. After that, Johansson only brooded over the idol and kept himself and the laughing maniac fed. He did not try to navigate anymore. The previous experience had taken something from his soul. Then came the storm on April 2nd, and his mind became clouded. There's a sense of whirling through the liquid gulfs of infinity, of dizzying rides through reeling universes on a comet's tail, and of hysterical plunges from the pit to the moon and back again. They are made livelier by a loud, laughing chorus of distorted elder gods and green, bat-winged imps of Tartarus. Then Johansson faced the vigilante, the courts, the streets of Dunedin, and the long voyage home to his old house by the Edberg. He knew that he could not tell the truth. People would think he was crazy. Instead, he wrote it down, but his wife could never know. Death would be a gift if it could blot out his memories. That was the document I read. And now I've placed it in the box with the sculpture and Professor Angel's papers. I will put my report with it, this test of my own sanity, which I hope will never be pieced together again. I've looked at all of the horror that the universe holds. Now, the spring skies and the summer flowers will forever be poisoned for me. But I do not think that my life will be long. I will go in the same way as my poor uncle and Johansson. I know too much, and the cold still lives, as does Cthulhu. I suppose he is still the chasm of stone that has shielded him since the sun was young. The vigilante sailed back to its location after the April storm, but his accursed city is once again sunken beneath the waves. His earthly ministers still sing, dance, and kill around idol-clapped monoliths in lonely places. He must have been trapped inside his sinking black abyss, or the world would already be screaming in fright. Who knows the end? What has risen may sink, and what has sunk may rise. Loathsomeness waits and dreams in the deep, and decay spreads over the tottering cities of men. The time will come, but I must not and cannot think of it. Let me pray that if I do not survive this manuscript, my lawyers will ensure that no one else ever sees it.